The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner, I appear today with Ms Berry.
Thank you. Ms Hogan-Dory.
Commissioner, today I appear with Mr Vial for the Commonwealth.
And Mr Beecham.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appear for Mr West, instructed by Kingwood Mallesons.
Thanks, Mr Beecham.
Mr West is present.
Mr West, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
All right, could you stand, please?
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Take a seat. Yes, Mr Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr West, can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Shane Michael West.
And your occupation?
I'm a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers.
You were served with a notice to give a statement and produce documents NTG-0118 dated 18 November 2022 and have produced two statements in response. First dated 1 December 2022 and the supplementary statement dated 6 December 2022.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner, I tender the exhibits on the draft list numbered 3815 to 3980. That fills in the gap left last Friday.
Yes. The exhibits as numbered on the list from 3815 to 3980 are admitted. Thank you.
Broadly speaking, Mr West, the questions on the notice that was received by you and your supplementary statements and the documents produced in addition to those statements deal with the engagement of PwC by the Department of Human Services in early 2017 in respect of what became known as the Robodebt scheme. That's correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Before we get into the detail of the engagement and the work undertaken by PwC, can you just give us a broad overview of how the engagement came about?
So it's my recollection that Catherine Campbell made contact with one of our other partners, a fellow partner, to indicate that they might need some support in undertaking an independent review, and then that was forwarded to me, and then through conversations with Jason McNamara and Kristen Foster at the time, an agreed statement of work was entered into.
PwC was familiar with the Department of Human Services before the initial discussions that led to this particular scope of works?
Yes, we were.
Had it had a long history of consulting or advising the department in respect of various matters?
Yes. Yeah, like, without knowing the specifics of it, yeah, we support a range of government departments and have done so for a number of years.
And the support that you provide, to your experience, does it involve a level of capability which the department doesn't seem to possess itself?
Yeah, it often does.
Right. Although the initial engagement here was only I think an engagement through to 30 June 2017, there were a number of follow-on engagements that ran for quite some time. That indeed lasted a number of years, I think.
Yeah, that's correct.
You identify in your statement a number of stages or further phases of projects which were carried out at least into 2020?
Yeah, correct.
Right. We turn to Exhibit 3819. Now, we're just making some attempts, Mr West, to identify which tab they might be in the hard copy bundle before you, because it's numbered differently to mine. But in the meantime, they'll be brought up on the screen. But if you would like to see the hard copy, we can make that happen. The partner of yours who had initial contact with the department was Mr Webber.
Yeah, correct.
The person identified there as the author of this email on 2 February 2017. The Jason is, of course, Mr McNamara, to whom you referred, and the Catherine there is Ms Campbell.
Yeah, that's correct.
The main point of liaison between PwC and the department, did that continue to be Ms Campbell or Mr McNamara?
Mr McNamara.
And how regular was the contact between PwC and Mr McNamara?
During the course of the engagement or in the lead up to?
During the course of the engagement.
We would have met with Jason regularly, at least weekly.
And although you might generally be described, that is PwC might generally be described as an independent or external consultant, did the engagement involve actually having PwC personnel on site at DHS?
Not this engagement, no.
Subsequent engagements?
Yes.
After the initial contact was made by Mr Webber and Ms Campbell, I take it you took over a more significant role in leading the revision of the scope of the engagement?
Yeah, that's correct.
And if we turn to Exhibit 3822, I might start with 3821, sorry. During the negotiations around the scope of the engagement, you were dealing with Kristen Foster from the department?
Yes.
And this email reflects part of the negotiations about the scope as at 8 February 2017?
Yes.
And the way in which the negotiations over the scope were conducted was the development of a Word document which was sent by you to Ms Foster, modified, returned to you, modified, returned to her, until there was agreement reached.
Yeah, that's right. I guess I'm not sure I'd categorise it as negotiations, but it was, yes, that's how we sought to clarify what was
Clarify the nature.
the department wanted, yes.
All right. The attachment referred to there is Exhibit 3822, which was brought up a moment ago. And if the front page could be expanded, it might. Some of the clarity seems to be lost in the upload, but the editing of the document reflects the review between yourself and Ms Foster about the scope of the works.
Yeah, that's my recollection.
At least at this stage, there was a description of fraud activities which had been inserted, the removal of a reference to policy and in respect of individual debt, the removal of a reference to recent high-profile events from the background, and some clarity added around the department requiring an independent review of the customer compliance and fraud activities. Now, the ultimate landing point from the exchange between yourself and Ms Foster was a document dated 13 February 2017, to your recollection?
Yeah, that's correct. Well, I think that's the ultimate landing of our proposal, yes.
Right.
The ultimate landing would be the work order that we subsequently signed.
Yes. If we can go to that document, it is Exhibit 1634, tab 17 in your hard copy bundle, Mr West. That's the final version of the proposal.
Yeah, that's correct.
And the proposal included PwC's proposed fees and expenses. And you can see that on page .0009. And the official order that you referred to, which reflected the agreement, that is the contractual agreement, is Exhibit 1635. Likely the following tab in your bundle, Mr West.
It's 19 in mine, if
Yeah,
that's
it's
any
not
help.
next in line either, but whatever.
And it confirms, Mr West, the date of 14 February as the date of the order, the commencement date of the contract, 15 February 2017, the completion date of 30 June 2017, and thereafter the objective and scope, the deliverables, and the fees related to the document, to the work, sorry. Now, can I take you firstly to the objective and scope, paragraph 1.1? Was it communicated to you by Ms Foster or by Mr Webby, your partner, or Mr McNamara, that the department had not at any stage since the budget measure was introduced in 2015 undertaken the type of review which is contemplated in this subparagraph?
I don't recall ever being told that one hadn't taken place.
Were you ever provided with any documents which indicated that subparagraphs, the work in subparagraphs A to E had taken place at any point in time within the department prior to PwC's engagement?
My recollection is that we would have been provided with some process mapping and business rules by the department through the undertaking this engagement. I'm not sure when they were completed though.
All right. To put it another way, was it your understanding as the lead on the project that the work to be undertaken by PwC was really a complete review of the system because that had not been done by the department to this level?
It was my understanding that we'd been asked to undertake this activity because like if I take the first one, the end-to-end processes as an example,
yes.
There was a view that what the department had documented at the time may not have been 100% accurate.
Well, not only not 100% accurate, but the task of undertaking an end-to-end review had not been undertaken at all by the department, I suggest.
I don't know.
Is it that you don't know because you were never told that, or you don't know because you were never given any documents indicating that?
Both of those.
Both of those things.
Yep.
When you say what the department had documented may not have been 100% accurate, what are you talking about?
The process maps in particular.
And in what respects do you recall? Were they thought?
I can recall conversations that, and it kind of speaks to the nature of the review to not necessarily rely on things that had been documented to be provided to us that they wanted us to re-document effectively.
Thank you.
That is, there was an indication to you or PwC that the documents which had been generated by the department ought not be, that there was a low degree of confidence in their accuracy.
Yeah, there was the expectation that we shouldn't rely upon them in undertaking our work.
Right.
Sounds like a level of mistrust in the work done to date.
Possibly, yeah.
We go to paragraph 1.2, the heading deliverables. It's subparagraphs A through D over the next page. The first related to the delivery of business process maps documenting the current state of compliance and fraud activities. The second were process maps documenting customer interaction with the department's systems. The third was a report that identifies and analyses options for improvement and considers the implementation of current budget measures. And the fourth was the development of a high-level implementation plan or roadmap. The third of those, is it the case that PwC produced, or rather developed, drafts of the report referred to in subparagraph C throughout the life of this project, that is, up towards June 2017, but never finalised the drafts or the latest version of the draft?
Sort of. So we were developing a draft. We were developing a report through the engagement.
Yes.
It became clear at some point during the engagement that one of the documents that we had provided to the client was considered the report for the purpose of that deliverable, if that makes sense.
Well, let's be clear about the document you had provided, which the department considered to be the report for paragraph 1.2C. Was that a short form presentation?
Yes.
That is, a visual presentation rather than
Yeah, that's correct.
what might be traditionally understood as a report?
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
That is, it wasn't the document that PwC was working on, the understanding of the report.
That's right.
It was a different version of a document. Now, there were interactions between the department and PwC in June 2017, which clarified the deliverables under the contract. Have you seen some documents this morning about that?
I have, but they don't relate to that engagement. They relate to the deliverables for the subsequent engagement.
All right, so just to be clear, Exhibit 4777 is a document, an email dated 19 June 2017. There is a reference there to May to June deliverables. That is not this, not the works that we've been dealing with.
That's correct.
It's the next stage.
Yeah,
is
that's
it?
right. That's right.
All right. Well, can we return then to the point at which PwC was advised that the report identified in paragraph 1.2C of the deliverables was no longer required? What's your recollection of that point?
So we provided a report. So it wasn't that a report was no longer required. We provided the report. The presentation that you spoke of before was considered the report for the purpose of that deliverable.
Right, maybe we're at cross purposes. The draft report which was developed during the period February to June 2017 is attached as, well, there are a number of versions of it, but the latest one we'll come to. Are you saying that the draft was considered the report?
No, I'm saying that what you categorised as the presentation,
Visual presentation.
was considered the report.
Yes.
For the purpose of.
For the purpose of that.
Yes.
Which was obviously not PwC's understanding of the concept at the start of the work,
Correct.
because PwC put considerable time and effort into developing what was commonly understood as a written report, which addressed the matters set out in the proposal, and was then told that it was no longer required in that form.
No, so I don't think we were ever told it was, like, my recollection is that draft report that you're referring to was never something seen by the department or the client. It was, so we weren't ever told that that report was not required. We were told that what we had previously provided them was considered the report for the purpose of the contract.
Well, there must have been some discussion at some point about the fact that PwC had developed a draft report.
So I think my recollection was our working understanding going through the engagement was that we would be providing a report of that nature.
Yes.
So that's why we commenced the drafting of it. But prior to the completion of even the drafting of it, it became clear that the previously provided presentation would constitute the report for the purpose of the work order. So we saw no purpose in finalising the thicker report.
I can appreciate PwC's position. It wouldn't want to invest any more time or energy into finalising a document it was informed was not required. The point I'm getting at is surely PwC communicated to the department that it had in fact been developing a report.
I can't recall ever communicating to the department that we had. It was sort of just, I guess it was our assumption that this went through the first couple of months of the engagement that that's what the deliverable would look like, but at some point that changed.
Yes.
Well, you said it became clear that the presentation would constitute the report. How did it become clear? Who said that?
I can't recall exactly who said it, but
Well, it wasn't PwC's
no,
frolic,
it wasn't.
so
Yeah, so it would have come from the department. If I was speculating, it would have been Jason McNamara.
see, this is actually a provision in your contractual arrangements, so it does matter whether you meet your contractual obligations. Is there no record of how it comes about that there's what looks rather like a variation of them?
So as I said, my recollection is that the department was satisfied that what we had previously given them constituted the report for the purpose of that deliverable.
Or did you get them on record about that?
Not formally, but other than they paid the invoice that was associated with the deliverables.
And you have no recollection of who you discussed it with?
Not a clear one. I mean, given the way that the contract was managed, as I said, my speculation would be it was Jason McNamara.
Mr. Gregory?
Thank you, Commissioner. Would you agree, though, that the visual presentation, and we'll come to it, doesn't descend into the level of detail of the latest version of the draft of the report?
Yes.
That is, it contains much more information about PwC's analysis of the design of the system, the suitability of the data to the system, the scope for improvement of the system, the expectation about whether budget measures might be achieved or not. There are a range of topics about which a very high level of detail is provided in the latest version of the draft report.
Yeah, that's correct.
Logically, that level of analysis undertaken by PwC, for which it quoted on that understanding that it would be required to do that level of analysis, was a level of analysis which would be of real assistance to the department from your perspective in the way it assessed and redesigned the scheme if necessary.
Yeah, yes.
Were you concerned then when you came to realise that the department wasn't interested in that level of detail, that they were paying PwC for not giving them something that might be helpful?
So my recollection of the time we're talking about, so kind of May, June of 2017, was
Yes.
focus of the department at the time had kind of shifted to implementing changes rather than, you know, a more detailed understanding about perhaps what led to the need for those changes to be implemented.
But there's a logical difficulty with that, isn't there? It's a bit hard to make some changes without understanding what leads to the need for those changes, and a lot of that information was in the draft report.
So, as I say, my recollection is that if you take that presentation back, that suggested a range of strategies that the department had accepted that they were good things to do, and attention turned to implementing them.
I appreciate that, but PwC is in possession of its detailed analysis of the scheme in all of its areas. Why wasn't it provided anyway? I mean, you've done the work, it informs the department.
I think the only explanation that I've got for that is it wasn't completed, like it wasn't completed to a point at which we would have been comfortable providing it to the client, and we subsequently were advised that the presentation formed the report, and so we didn't seek to do the additional work to finalise a report that wasn't required under the contract.
Were you concerned then that the department really wasn't interested in the level of analysis that PwC had undertaken? I just didn't want to know.
No, I didn't get that concern.
Did you tell anybody at the department that you had this useful analysis, which was not really quite complete, but it was there if they wanted it?
So I don't recall ever telling them that we had it in a physical copy, but you know, during the course of the engagement, and a number of the conversations through that engagement would have led us to the drafting what was in that draft. So
Yeah, but what I'm asking you is, did you intimate to anybody in the department that PwC had got this report, which was not finalised, but a lot of work had gone into if they wanted it?
no, I don't recall ever doing that.
Because it would have given them the option?
Yes, it would have also required, like, it wasn't completed to a point at which we would have been comfortable providing it to the client.
Yeah, you said that, but you didn't even tell them that this thing existed in any form, from what you're saying.
Yeah, not that I can recall, and not that we were able to find in responding to the request for information.
Nobody in the department indicated to you they'd rather not have it?
No. I don't recall ever having anyone from PwC ever indicating to the department that it existed.
Well, Mr. West, I'll take you to Exhibit 3903. I think it's tab 92 in your bundle. Sorry, 3900 now. I think there has been some renumbering since last Friday, which might continue to catch me out. The email is from Frank Van Hagen. Was he within PwC?
Yes.
And he was involved in the project?
Yes.
Involved in developing the draft report?
Yes.
To you and others within PwC?
Yes.
And were those others involved in developing the draft report?
Yes.
Were you involved in developing the draft report?
Yes.
Okay. By 4 May 2017, there is the latest draft, which you would agree indicates earlier versions of it, which had been developed throughout PwC's analysis since February.
Yes.
And you were asked to decide whether you were comfortable with the current version, and if you were, that it would be good to share it with Jason McNamara to give them an idea of the scope of the report and its recommendations, of course with the caveat that it was a working draft. Firstly, were you comfortable with that version of the report in terms of the analysis PwC had undertaken to that point in time?
So my recollection is I wouldn't have been comfortable with that, with providing that version of the report to anybody outside of PwC,
Why is that?
because I don't think it had been completed and it hadn't gone through an internal quality assurance process.
But with the caveat that it was a working draft as opposed to a completed version that had gone through a quality assurance process, and that it was provided in hard copy, which was what was proposed, that wouldn't have presented any problems for PwC, would it?
Yeah, yes, it would have still presented a problem for me.
What problems are there?
Well, the major problem is that when you give somebody an unfinished or a draft version of something, some things in that have a habit of sticking in people's minds, even if they are subsequently removed or are incorrect in the final report.
To your recollection, was this the final version of the draft?
I think so, yeah.
So do you never, in your dealings with government departments, provide a draft report because of those issues?
We sometimes provide drafts before finalising, but not incomplete drafts.
If we go then to...
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand that. Didn't you just say this was the final version of the draft?
This was the point at which we stopped working on the report.
Oh, I see, in that sense. Okay. And what made you stop at that point?
I'm not sure if it was exactly that day, but that must have been around the period that it became clear that the previously mentioned document was considered to constitute a report for the purpose of the work order.
And were you able to tell us how that was made clear?
As I say, I can't recall, but my speculation would be through conversations with the department.
The attachment to the email indicates, I think, the date of 4 May 2017, DHS Integrity Modernisation Implementation Strategy Draft version 0.25. What's the significance of 0.25?
So, without knowing for sure, that would have been a numbering convention on drafting. So, there would have been previous drafts that had numbers less than 0.25. But I'm not sure if it went sequentially from 0.1 to 0.25. So ostensibly version control.
Does a version that indicates 1.0 or 1.25 indicate that it's been reviewed by someone at a higher level within PwC?
No, not necessarily.
To your knowledge, it's just a sequential numbering system, but it might not be every number in the sequence.
Yeah, that's right. And there's no specific number that indicates a particular step has taken place.
To be clear, DHS Integrity Modernisation Implementation Strategy was the title of the draft report that PwC was working on?
Yeah, I think so. I need to confirm by looking at that attachment, but...
All right, I might do that briefly. 3901. I think this is right. Tab 61, I think, in your bundle.
Is it Mr West? It's not in my...
No, it's not in mine.
Well, in your preparation for giving evidence, Mr West, do you now recall that version of the draft?
Yeah, I recall providing versions of the draft. It's a bit hard to tell from the
Yes.
cover page alone whether or not that's the...
All right.
I've got no reason to think what was attached to the email wasn't.
That's okay. That copy of the draft in my bundle is 71 pages long.
It's at 89, I think.
Thank you, Commissioner. Might just flick through it.
Yeah, so I think there is somewhere there is a more recent version than what's at tab 89.
Yes. All right.
Because I think the only reason I say that is I think there is a version that has some wording in the executive summary that one doesn't.
Yes, if we go to page .4119, you can see that the executive summary is yet to be inserted. That's what you're pointing to on your hard copy? Yes. And can you confirm with me that otherwise the report runs, including all annexures and miscellaneous items for 71 or 72 pages?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. It looks like it's at a relatively advanced stage of development on its face.
Yeah.
Well, if we move to Exhibit 4774, this is an email from Mr Bowe. He was a senior manager in PwC working on the project.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's an email to Mr Webber and to yourself, which attaches a draft which appears to bear the date 30 May 2017. That is the date of the email.
Yes.
It's version 1.0.
Yes.
Now, there are two copies of it attached. One is smaller than the other in terms of megabytes. Sorry, one's Word and one's PDF, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's just the difference.
And it refers to a discussion a couple of weeks ago with DHS that the draft report would be provided around the 2nd of June, and DHS intended that it be marked protected/sensitive cabinet. Does that prompt your memory of the timing up to which the drafts were developed?
Yeah, I mean, that tells me that we were still working on the draft at the end of May.
At the end of May, and that there was an anticipation from a couple of weeks earlier that a document would be provided within a couple of days of this email. That is by 2 June.
Yes, the day document would be provided around the 2nd of June.
Well, the document is the draft report.
So I don't recall ever having a conversation with the department about the provision of the attachment to that email.
You may not, but Mr Bowe clearly indicates there was one. That's what this email records, isn't it, Mr West?
So that email records that there would be the provision of a DHS implementation strategy document.
Yes. Which is the document which is attached to this email. You can see that from the second paragraph.
Which turned out to be the presentation that we spoke about previously.
Well, that might not be right, Mr West. What this email makes clear, I suggest, is that the document which is attached to it is the DHS integrity modernisation implementation strategy, which is described in short form in the first sentence as the DHS implementation strategy document. And in the second paragraph, it confirms that what is attached is the latest version of what is described in short form as the DHS implementation strategy document, which is in fact the draft report as it's described fully in the title. That's clearly what it communicates.
Yes.
And what was attached was a draft report as at 30 May 2017.
Yes, so what was attached was still clearly at that point in time our understanding of what we would subsequently be providing to the department.
And by subsequently you mean later that week?
Yeah, at some point post that date, yes.
Well, 2 June, around the 2nd of June.
Yeah.
Right. And by this point in time, PwC had already given a presentation to Minister Tudge, correct?
Yes.
Right. And that's the visual presentation that you said earlier PwC was informed would be sufficient to satisfy the requirement of the deliverable of the report.
Yes.
Okay. So even after the presentation had been made to the Minister, there was a discussion, it seems, mid-May approximately, referred to in the first sentence, which confirmed the common understanding at that point between DHS and PwC that the report was what PwC always understood the report to be and that it was still required.
So I'm not sure I completely agree. So a few weeks, like it could have been earlier, but as I say, my recollection is DHS had no knowledge of the report that we had, of the thicker report that we had developed or had been developing.
Yes. They knew PwC was working on a draft report.
I'm not sure that they did.
Had they managed to agree that the report would be provided around the 2nd of June, do you suppose?
So my recollection is that they were expecting something to be provided in a report format. I just think that the difference is that the thing that you're categorising as a presentation became the report. So I don't recall the department ever having knowledge that we had a more detailed report that we had been drafting.
Is that because you weren't having the conversation which is referred to in the first paragraph? It was Mr. Bowe who had that conversation.
I don't know what the substance of that conversation was, but I can't ever recall us having a conversation with anyone at DHS about the existence of that draft thicker report.
Whatever conversations had happened though, it was your understanding that this document was, as at 30 May 2017, still to be produced by PwC pursuant to the contract.
Yes.
And in that context, as the third paragraph indicates, you were previously suggested that you might want Liz and or Francis to review prior to providing it to the department.
Yes, as part of a quality assurance on a deliverable before we provide it.
Yes. Well,
Can you remind me, Mr. Gregory, of the date of the presentation to Mr. Tudge? Do we have that?
the presentation is dated 11 May, but it may have happened up to a week later.
Okay, all right, thank you.
If we go to the attachment, that is the latest version of the draft report, (4775), and it may be just behind the email. recall, Mr West, that this was the cover page of the draft report entitled June 2017.
And I think it's in your second volume at 108 if you want it.
Yes, to answer your question. But
That's the first of two, Mr Gregory, would that be it?
The first of two versions?
The one I'm looking at is 5090.
Yes, that's,
Yep.
yes, I understand that to be the last draft.
What about the one behind it? It's earlier, is it? I'm looking at the 2412.
I understand that's a duplicate which has been produced in the production process.
Thank you.
And if you flick through that document, Mr West, you'll see that it now runs to 97 pages.
sorry, I've lost track of which tab and folder you're in.
Was it tab 92, Commissioner?
No, it's the second volume, it's 108.
Yeah, got it.
You can see on the screen the first and last pages.
Yep.
Going to page 97, some additional work had been done since the previous version.
Yeah, that's
Obviously.
right. Or, yeah, and well, yes, but also potentially the incorporation of work that had already been done. Like for example, my recollection is that one of the drafts didn't have the process maps in the attachment, and this one might. So they were developed some months earlier.
All right, and it also includes the executive summary, which is now complete. Page Roman numeral 1, dot 5092.
Yeah, it includes an executive summary. I'm not sure that I can say whether or not that's complete. Like it's sort of,
Not sure it's complete?
yeah, as in
Well, you would have...
the report itself wasn't completed, so
well, you undoubtedly reviewed it on the 30th of May or very soon thereafter.
so I had reviewed it. Yes.
Yes, and in what respects was it not complete?
Well, it hadn't been through, as that email indicated as well, it hadn't been through further review. So it might be that review identified things that needed to be done to the report.
Okay, but what's the nature of that final review?
It tends to be like, so those two, Liza and Francis, the two names mentioned were fellow partners who had, one was our government lead at the time and the other one had no involvement in the engagement. So the intention was to get some people from outside of the engagement to read through the report to see whether or not from an independent set of eyes there were things in there that were unclear or they thought required further elaboration or to effectively challenge, like an independent challenge to the report.
That sounds like one of the very last stages of review before the report is finalised.
Yeah, that's right.
It sounds like the very last stage.
Yeah, it would be. Pending them, that review, identifying things that subsequently needed to be done, it would be, the expectation is that would be towards the end of the process, yes.
What's clear is that no more work on the content by the team is contemplated by this stage and no more substantive analysis by the team is contemplated by this stage.
I think that's right, but
Okay.
I can't say that with certainty.
Your review of the report, were you satisfied that subject to that independent review, it was complete in terms of the terms of the contract?
I can't recall, to be honest. It's like I've obviously reviewed it, but typically I would want to review again post that independent review.
Yes, but you did review it.
Yes.
Did you send it to those two persons?
No.
Why not?
This must have been the time around which it became clear that it wasn't needed to constitute the deliverable in the work order.
What was made clear to you? Gosh, we're happy with the presentation you did, no need for anything more, or... I mean, I'm trying to understand the context in which that would actually come up. On your version, DHS has no clue you're even preparing this thing. Is that right?
Well, I can't recall ever having a conversation with them about us preparing this.
And yet somehow it's made clear to you that you don't have to produce it.
Well, I'd categorise it as it was made clear to us that what we'd already produced constituted the deliverable.
And how does that come up even if... How do you get to a point just at the time you've almost got it finalised where it's then clear that a presentation you've given a couple of weeks earlier will fit the bill?
Yeah, I don't recall the conversation. Sorry.
Who at PwC would have been involved in that conversation with the department?
I'm not sure.
It was your team, you were the lead. Who was dealing with Jason McNamara on a regular basis?
So I was, Ty and Frank were as well.
So it's one of you three who had that conversation with Mr McNamara.
Like I say, I don't recall, but so I don't recall whether or not a conversation. I don't recall how we were informed, but
Have you identified an email?
no,
Have you found a text message?
no,
Have you looked for a text message?
yes,
Have you looked for an email?
yes,
Have you looked for emails within PwC which communicate the decision not to give the report
yes,
in response to this email? That is you responding saying, as it turns out, we don't need to give this anymore, so just shelve it.
we weren't able to find any email correspondence to that effect. I don't recall seeing anything in the documents we produced.
Surely you must, as the lead on the project, have gone back to Catherine Campbell and said, you've paid for the report, we've done the work, why don't you want it?
No, we didn't.
Why not?
Because we didn't. There was still work to be done to finalise the report.
Not a lot. Was there?
No, probably not a lot, but still some.
What about some way, given that you had a contractual obligation to produce a report, what about some form of confirmation from the department that definitely this thing was not needed?
No, I think the confirmation that we got was the deliverables that we provided and the payment of the invoice.
And that came to you how?
Through the
Confirmation that the...
the confirmation was via the payment of the invoice.
So you just didn't do this thing on the hope that they'd pay the bill, but you didn't do anything to confirm with them that it did not need to be delivered. You just waited for them to pay the bill to get your confirmation that that was okay.
No, not like I mentioned. Like my assumption, but I can't recall, is that there must have been a conversation between the department and us that said the process maps the customary maps the implementation strategy that was presented to the minister, and the implementation roadmap was the 4 deliverables provided.
Well, it seems a very laissez-faire approach to carrying out a contract. Does PwC usually just rely on a word that's not documented anyway?
I can't speak for the firm at large, but
Do you?
sometimes.
The contract was worth almost $1 million, Mr West. Some conversation you now can't recall led to one of the key deliverables on which PwC had worked for months not being delivered. Is that the effect of it?
It wasn't The department didn't consider it a deliverable because they didn't know of its existence.
Well, how can you say that when you haven't documented any of this?
We also weren't able to find any indication that they were aware of it.
One possible view is that there's been some sort of a nod and a wink and a don't give us a thanks somewhere along the line, Mr. West. You can see how a cynic might wonder about that.
I can, and I cannot recall ever being provided such a nod and a wink or a...
But whatever it was not much better because it's nothing documented anyway. Whatever the form the nod and the wink took.
Other than, I don't, as I say, I don't recall ever anyone having a conversation with anyone in the department about the existence of the report, so they weren't able to say don't provide something because...
That is really remarkable that you work on it for months and nobody in your team mentions it to anybody in the department. Do you agree?
I don't know what they assumed was happening through that period. Our assumption clearly for the majority of the engagement was that there would be a report of
Look,
that
I have to
nature
tell
at the
you,
end of
this really challenges credulity. That nobody in DHS, well, on your understanding of things, gets wind of the existence of the report, and that PwC just abandons the report at this stage of preparation without any documentation of how that happens. But whatever you want to say about it, here's your chance.
That's my recollection, and that's what we've been able to uncover or not uncover through the searches that we've done.
Mr. Gregory?
But the people who might have a recollection of it were the people within PwC who had contact. They would include Terry Webber.
Potentially, but...
Yes. Ty Bow, who was the author of this email.
Potentially.
Anyone else potentially? You mentioned another name earlier.
Frank Van Hagen would be the other potential name.
Frank Van Hagen. They might have a recollection.
They might, yeah.
Okay.
Where are they to be found?
Terry's retired, the other two still work for PwC.
Thank you.
Before we go back in time to the sequence of events which led to this draft, would you agree with me that although neutral language is used throughout the draft report, it really was a damning indictment on DHS system of debt recovery?
I'm not sure I'd categorise it as a damning indictment. And
how would you categorise it?
Room for improvement. Significant improvement.
It was woeful, wasn't it? That was the PwC assessment.
So I think our view was that there were things that should have been considered that weren't.
Well, that's plainly clear from the report, but it's written in as neutral language as possible, you would agree?
Yes.
Yes. But was there any area of what DHS was doing within what PwC was required to analyse which you thought was working well?
I can't recall there being many areas.
Any?
I'd need to refamiliarise myself with everything we looked at to categorically say none.
You can't think of one now, having prepared for your evidence? We'll go through the report in detail, but I mean, it's clear that it was a very poor report card for the department, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was the trigger for the next 4 years of work undertaken by PwC.
It was a trigger, yeah.
And the volume of that work that PwC did over the next 4 years, which you detail in your statement, reflected invoices of somewhere between $12 and $13 million.
Yeah, I've never tallied it up, so...
Does it sound right to you?
Sounds right.
You would have been interested in those numbers at the time as a partner of PwC.
I would have had no indication that those numbers were available at this time. Like, I wouldn't have been able to predict what the next 3 or 4 years looked like.
No, but as new phases of contracts were entered into and new scopes of work were discussed with the department following on from this, you would have been aware of those numbers.
Yes.
You've reproduced most of them in your statement.
Yes.
It is a lucrative source of work for PwC. It's engagement with DHS.
I'm not sure I'd categorise it as lucrative.
All right. Not insignificant.
Not insignificant.
How much does it have to be lucrative? If, what were the figures you mentioned, Mr Gregory, 12 million?
12 to 13 million over the life of the various contracts.
Okay, what cuts it as lucrative?
I think, I mean, my reaction to lucrative has more to do with, I guess, profit than it does revenue. So you could do $12 million of work and not make any money out of it. That wouldn't be very lucrative.
Did PwC make money out of this first contract?
It's not something that we report. Like I said, we don't report kind of profitability at that level. So hard to tell.
Well, you kept engaging with the department over the next 4 years on the back of it. Did you make money out of that?
My working assumption is yes, but we just don't have the systems that allow us to provide that sort of information at that level within the firm.
Would it be fair to say that PwC didn't spend 4 years working with DHS because of its concern for the average welfare recipient?
I think it would be, yes, but I think it would also be fair to say that the people that worked on this engagement, you know, as did have concerns for those people.
Surely those concerns would be relieved to some extent by telling DHS the extent of the flaws with their current system so they could be informed about how they might be improved.
Possibly.
Definitely. Is there any other option? DHS can only benefit from knowing the extent of the problems, can't it? If its desire is to fix them.
Yes.
Yes. And you're engaged as an external consultant to assist DHS to fix the problems.
Well, yeah. Well, in this case, to provide recommendations.
Based on an analysis which leads to an identification of areas which can be improved.
Yes, and as you will have seen in the deliverable that was accepted, there were a range of recommendations in that.
Is it to PwC's advantage then not to give all of the detailed information so that DHS can't work it out for itself?
No.
Well, if you retain all of that information that you've worked on over those months and you don't tell DHS that you've got all that information in a very close to deliverable form, it allows you then, that is PwC, to say, we'll be able to help you into the future, relying on the information you've gathered from the department, as opposed to the possibility that the department might be able to do it itself if you give it the information. See the issue?
I do, but I think the majority of our work, or almost all of our work from this point on, was working collaboratively with the department as they sought to build their own internal capability with a view to us no longer being required at some point in the future.
Without the information to the level that you developed in this contract?
I would suggest that the department would have that level of information themselves as well.
Well, they wouldn't have engaged PwC if they knew it, would they?
No, they might not have known it all at the time in one place.
No, that's why you were engaged.
We were engaged to undertake an independent review and provide recommendations for what they should do moving forward.
Yes, except you didn't deliver the report which contained the analysis that you'd undertaken.
We didn't deliver a report that contained all the analysis that we'd undertaken. That's correct.
No. And that was to PwC's advantage going forward and to the department's detriment, I suggest.
Not something I'd really thought about, to be honest.
Sorry,
It's not something I'd really ever considered.
would you agree with the proposition now?
Not really, no.
Why not?
Because we were engaged by the department to do something
Which you understood to be delivering a
Which we-
detailed report.
which ultimately they decide what they want us to do, and we then delivered what they required.
The difficulty with this, Mr. West, is that although you were engaged in to and fro over about 10 days with Ms. Foster about specifically what the purpose was, what the background was, and what the key deliverables were, and how it would be done, you came to a completely different understanding than Ms. Foster.
I'm not sure I follow you.
PwC has a clear understanding at the time the contract is entered that a report in the format we've just identified will be delivered by 30 June, correct?
Yes, that would have been our working assumption at the time.
Well, you quote on that basis because it's a deliverable.
We quote on the basis of how much effort we thought it would take to provide those deliverables.
Including a report at that level.
Yes.
Yes. And you are told, that is PwC are told somehow by someone about which you now have no recollection, that that assumption that PwC has quoted on, which the department has agreed to, is completely misplaced.
Yes.
That would have obviously reduced the profitability of the project for PwC if you understood that at the start.
Sorry, I'm not following.
I put it poorly. It would have increased the profitability for PwC if you understood that at the start and the time and energy that going into producing the report didn't have to be done.
Yes.
Yes. You would agree that's not something that reflects well on you in terms of your involvement in the to and fro with Ms. Foster.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. Exhibit 4770. Please. Again, I can't assist you, Mr. West, with a tab number, but it's on the screen. It is a PwC record of the first meeting described as the kick-off meeting between PwC and DHS on 17 February 2017. You can see that.
Yes.
You're in attendance at the meeting.
Yes.
What is attributed to you is that in the PwC pre-meeting, I take it that means that a meeting without people of DHS present, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
You inform PwC people who are listed above that the Secretary sees this as a business process improvement initiative. Did that reflect a conversation you had with Ms. Campbell?
I can't recall if that was a conversation with Ms. Campbell or with Terry Webber.
And does that apply to the following dot points?
So I don't think the following dot points relate necessarily, or not all of them necessarily relate to what the Secretary might have thought.
The fourth one does,
Yes.
and that either has come to you directly or through Mr. Webber.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I don't recall having had a meeting with Ms. Campbell prior to the commencement of the engagement.
All right. Did you meet with her after the commencement of the engagement at any point?
Yes.
We'll come to that in due course. Mr McNamara was then present when the meeting between PwC and DHS commenced, and he took the lead on providing background information,
Yeah, that's my recollection.
and that's what's recorded here.
Yes, I think so.
And this is a record made by someone within PwC
Yeah, that's correct.
who was present at the meeting.
Yes.
Right. What is attributed to Mr McNamara is that no one in DHS has an end-to-end understanding of how the compliance process works. He identifies some people within the department who have a bit of an idea about the compliance process. Of the document. Thank you. Towards the bottom of the document. You can see the background provided there.
Yes.
One of the points Mr McNamara raised was the question of the legislative constraints within which the department was operating. I'll take you to the dot point. It's at 0002. It's the last dot point. Sorry, the one at the bottom of the page. Thank you. Did you understand that PwC had a role to play in reviewing the legislative restraints referred to there, or whether that remains something within the department?
I think that remained within the department.
And if I take you over to the page 0003, you'll see the second dot point identifies the preference of the Minister to receive slides because he was a former consultant. And towards the middle of the page, a statement is attributed to the Minister. If it takes $250 to recover and we're doing 10%, average debt should be higher than $2,500. And another dot point, we should, I think, have different rules for different levels of confidence, be nicer to people with less confidence of debt. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's what Mr McNamara said was the Minister's position at this point in time on those points?
Yeah, that's what's recorded here.
Yes. 2 points down, there is a reference to a preliminary assessment becoming a debt once a business rule deems it. Is that consistent with your analysis, that is PwC's analysis of the scheme?
Yes.
If you want the hard copy, I know this is late in the piece, but it's
It's okay.
20.
The screen's fine, thank you. It's probably easier.
Over the top of the next page, 0004, Mr McNamara identified that management of information is very poor. Did you understand that was within DHS?
Yes.
The second dot point, DHS can't justify the numbers that have been communicated to the public in the past. You see that? Really, this meeting was Mr McNamara giving you a warts and all view from inside the department about the deficiencies as he understood them to be.
Yeah, that's correct.
Can I take you down to the bottom of the page at 0004 under the heading, the last heading, Mr McNamara? He refers to work being requested by the Minister. There was a brief as it was identified, and he said we should be guarded about where this is headed when dealing with SES. What did you understand to be the dynamics then between the high-level persons within the department and the Minister?
So at this time I had very little understanding about what those dynamics were.
Did you come to get an understanding that there was some interesting dynamics between the department and the minister?
The only thing I came to get an understanding of was the minister's interest in the program, not necessarily any dynamics between him and individuals in the department.
But that wouldn't explain why PwC should be guarded when dealing with the SES, though.
Yeah, I can't recall Jason saying that, but my kind of working assumption reading it was more in the context of our engagement would involve us dealing with people in the department who were involved in the design and implementation.
If we could go to Exhibit 4771. This is a meeting minute recorded as meeting number 22, 10 March 2017. I take it the meetings were occurring almost daily.
We would have been having daily meetings in relation to the project, but not necessarily with the same individuals, if that makes sense.
Yes. And Mr McNamara is speaking frankly here about the current situation in March 2017. You can see that.
Yep.
You're happy with screens, not hard copies?
Yeah, screen's fine, thank you.
Okay.
By this time, Mr McNamara communicated that the Minister is interested in what we have to do now and what can we press the accelerator on in terms of recovery. You can see that.
Yes.
And that was communicated to PwC in the context of the preceding dot points which indicated political criticism had lost steam, and the Ombudsman report will say all aspects of the system are good. You see that?
Yes.
Did you understand from that that Mr McNamara knew in advance what the report was going to say?
I'm not sure how he came to the conclusion that is outlined in that note.
We turn then to page .0010 and go to hypothesis 8. Hypothesis 8 is the implementation of remaining budget measures requires a consolidated pragmatic approach in supporting governance arrangements. JM is Jason McNamara, I take it?
Yeah, that's correct.
And he said, also to do with government announcing measures and only caring about the money. They have to set this up and save $8 billion in fiscal terms, and the government doesn't care about what they do with compliance to achieve it. Other than the department doing something politically silly, they don't care. Did Mr McNamara's statements to that effect strike you in any particular way?
No, I can't recall him saying that. I've got no reason to think that he didn't say something to that effect given the notes, but they didn't really strike me in any particular way.
Saying something like that as a senior level person within the department that administered social welfare didn't surprise you?
I can't remember being surprised.
Right. I could have Exhibit 3891, please. We're moving forward now to 31 March 2017, Mr West. I might go to the bottom of the page if I could. unless there's a second page. I've got a different document. The document I'm after is PwC.1001.1001.1497_R.
Indicate that document's not in the exhibit list. I'm not sure if the number's right.
Thank you. Well, we'll go back to the earlier one, which is on the screen. The email at the bottom is 31 March 2017 from Ms Foster. To Mr McNamara. You can see that there on the screen, Mr West.
Yes.
What is said by Ms Foster there is that PwC are currently in the final reporting stage of the engagement and would like to meet to present initial findings and recommendations and the proposed high-level roadmap for the implementation of future measures. And that they'd set up a briefing area and storyboard for this purpose in their office in Canberra. The options in terms of time are set out there, but what is indicated that the briefing or walkthrough is for national managers and general managers. We will look to schedule workshops with key SMEs. Do you know what SMEs meant?
Subject matter experts, I think.
Thank you. And personnel from your teams, including CIOG, and do you have an interpretation of that?
I think that's the Chief Information Officer group, IT.
Okay. And there was a note to executive assistants or executive officers in respect of managing various diaries for those people. Firstly, do you recall such a presentation occurring?
I do, although I'm not sure that I was at it, but I can recall it occurring.
And there's an identification at the top of the email trail, which identifies a series of persons rather than the broad group identified below. Do you know if PwC kept records of who attended?
I'm not sure, sorry.
Right. And can you confirm for me that option 1 in terms of the time, Thursday, 6 April 2017 at 2 p.m. or to 3:30 p.m. was ultimately the point at time at which the initial findings and recommendations were presented to the representatives of DHS?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we provided something that indicates that, but
All right. If I could have exhibit PwC.1003.1003.36437. It might be exhibit 3894. Thank you. This email tends to suggest, Mr West, that the meeting took place on the 6th of April 2017. It's a reference to tomorrow's SES workshop. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And one of the attachments is insight from current state assessment in draft version 0.2. You can see that?
Yes.
I could have exhibit 3895, which is that attachment. You can see that the document, which was for presentation at the workshop on 6 April 2017, contains 3 columns.
Yes.
The first, the general topic, the middle, the development of it, and third column contains more detailed information. Would you agree with me, though, that the way in which this information is presented is at a very high level compared to what was developed in that final draft of the draft report?
It's definitely at a higher level, yes.
The first point is that the intent behind the budget measures is sound, however the approach requires a redesign. Now, the concept of redesign as is expressed here is a comprehensive redesign, isn't it?
Yes.
That is, PwC communicated to persons at SES level on 6 April 2017 that the debt recovery scheme required a comprehensive redesign in order to deliver what it said it would deliver.
The compliance scheme, yes.
Yes.
We didn't look at debt recovery.
Okay. Did the compliance scheme raise debts to your recollection?
No.
What did you understand compliance to mean then?
So it was effectively from the point at which a discrepancy was identified
Yes.
through to the end of the customer's interaction with that discrepancy.
That included the debt.
And then the next step conceivably could be the raising of a debt or not, depending on the outcome of the review.
Right. Now, what is identified by PwC at paragraph 1.2 are structural issues in relation to the validity and use of data and customer experience and scalability. Would you say that the data obtained by DHS from the ATO was really not fit for the purpose to which DHS was putting it?
It certainly wasn't collected for the purpose they were using it.
Yes, my question was whether it was fit for the purpose for which it was used.
Not completely.
Right, can you elaborate on that?
So it was a useful piece of information,
How so?
or depending on which piece of information you're talking about. So noting that this deals with a range of budget measures, not just PAYG. So there were budget measures in which the information collected by the tax office and like the period, so family daycare or whatever it is an annual thing. So having annual data from the tax office to compare with an annual requirement.
All right. For the identification of a discrepancy involving a fortnightly entitlement under the legislation, was the data applied by DHS from the ATO fit for purpose?
Probably not.
And that was PwC's assessment, really, as part of its detailed analysis, wasn't it?
And I'm not sure we ever went to that level.
Might be contained in one of the 97 pages of the final draft report.
I don't think so.
Why wouldn't PwC identify that threshold point to the department?
Because I don't think it was part of the scope of our work.
Well, isn't it related to the validity of the data?
Yes, but we're talking about it in the context of the identification of discrepancies here.
Yes. I didn't understand my question to relate to something differently.
So I'm not following the question then, sorry.
Did you consider that the PAYG data obtained by DHS from the ATO was fit for purpose for identifying discrepancies in respect of fortnightly entitlements to income supplements?
I'm not sure we ever looked at it in the context of fortnightly entitlements. So the discrepancy, my recollection is the discrepancy wasn't done at the fortnight. My recollection is the discrepancy was done over longer periods.
Well, how are you identifying a discrepancy in respect of entitlement then for the first stage of the process?
So this is kind of getting beyond my area of knowledge, but I thought that the discrepancies were based on the period of which the person was on payment and the equivalent period from the tax office.
Right. So what is the reference here to the validity of the data then? Which presumably means invalidity of the data.
Yeah, so I think that's referring to there were some known issues with that data at the time.
Which were?
Which were things like duplicate employers, default start and end date. They're the two that I recall.
Right. The default start and end date was relevant. Why?
Because the tax office data on occasions defaulted the start and end date of somebody's employment, and it may not have reflected the actual start and end date of that employment.
And why was that significant?
Because it was inaccurate. It had the potential to be inaccurate.
In what way?
If you were looking for something at smaller than an annual number.
And what would you be looking for?
What would the department be looking for?
Yes.
Over the period of their employment, whether or not the information of the tax office was the same as the information that they had provided.
Just in a global assessment during identified periods. That's your understanding?
So that's my understanding of the discrepancy which kicked off the process, yes.
Yes. All right. The smaller area which has been expanded from the third column refers in the fourth dot point to the use of a data matching program to identify potential discrepancies has been proven through use over a number of years, noting interventions were previously prioritised to high probability, high value cases. Now, what's the probability related to there?
The probability that a discrepancy would ultimately result in a debt.
The point which commences a customer-driven online solution will be required to achieve the scale of interventions forecast in the budget. And the next dot point was a point identified early in PwC's analysis of the integrity scheme, I think, or compliance scheme as you described it.
Yes.
There was no way that DHS could meet the budget projections with the scheme as it existed without significant redesign.
Yeah, I mean, my recollection was that the system was largely paused at this point in time as well.
Yes, but you're not saying here that the problem with not meeting the budget is the pause of the system because of flaws in it. You're looking at systemic issues which might lead to the numbers not being reached, correct?
I think at this point in time we're saying that It's over the timeframes articulated, which is the end of that dot point.
Right. We go to the second line. Point 2, a robust revision of the budgeted savings profile is required, which won't be able to be completed with the current information. You can see that.
Yes.
Right. You can see in paragraph 2.1 there is a reference to the projected volumes are not being met, and the current rates suggest it is unlikely they will be achieved either this year or next year.
Yes.
Now that contemplated the resumption of business as usual in the system as it currently existed, rather than a reference to a continual pause of the scheme.
Yes, it contemplated the, and I think, like, and I'm not sure on the dates, but it was around this time that they started to remove the pause, but it absolutely contemplated the continuation of the scheme.
Right. And the point is made clearer in the dot points which have now been called out below, where PwC concluded that a selection of the underlying assumptions could not be validated and do not appear to be supported by an analysis of empirical data. You can see that?
Yes.
We can go through this entire document and all of its detail in the right-hand column, but do you agree with me that this was PwC's assessments of the flaws in the system from its analysis up to this point?
Yes.
Right. There's a lot of flaws in the system, aren't there?
Yes.
The only positive that is indicated, and well, there are two, is the first, in point 1, the intent behind the budget measures is sound, which is a policy point.
Yes.
And the second positive is that PwC is suggesting things which can be done positively in the future to improve the deeply flawed scheme. Correct?
Yes.
There is no other positive which currently exists that is identified on that page.
Noting that wasn't, like, that we weren't asked to come in and identify positives in the scheme.
No, you were asked to analyse what existed and how it might be improved.
Correct.
You couldn't identify any part of it that didn't need improvement, is my point. Do you agree?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I can be that definitive.
Can I take you to point 3? The redesign will need to be underpinned by a strong data and analytics capability supporting value identification, continual learning and management reporting needs. And you can see in the part pulled out across the top, approximately 24% of customers completed an OCI intervention that did not result in a debt. 27% if written off, waived debts are included. Does that reflect assessments following the identification of a discrepancy?
Yeah, my memory is that represents the conclusion of the review following the identification of a discrepancy.
In the circumstance where a customer has engaged to identify the limitations on the ATO data.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that distinguishes between whether or not they have engaged.
Well, if you understood, and we went through this earlier, according to the business rules, a debt was raised where there was a discrepancy, unless there was something that happened in the middle.
My recollection is that there were instances where, even without the customer's engagement in the process, there was no debt at the end of it. I guess is what I'm saying.
In your assessment, though, 27% or 24% is a very significant number in terms of a system which is designed to identify discrepancies for the purpose of identifying where debts might exist.
Yes. Like, the only reason I'm wobbling a little bit is I'm not sure at the point at which the resolution that resulted in no debt occurred. So it's conceivable, for example, that that occurred without any engagement with the customer.
Did you do an analysis of this? Sounds like a significant part of the process, given what you were engaged to do.
So we were engaged to provide recommendations to improve the scheme.
Yes. And you couldn't do that unless you analysed it closely to identify where the flaws were.
So my recollection, and it speaks to it in another dot point there, is the way in which the department chose which discrepancies to review prior to the pause could result in circumstances where those discrepancies chosen for review ultimately ended up with no debt, regardless of whether or not the customer interacted. So in some regards, it was removing discrepancies without the need for any further engagement.
And how was that done? Do you know?
So I think at the time, because there was no, I think it came later, there was no, just testing my memory of terminology, but upfront provisional assessments done. So there were, I think when it was first implemented, there was no step in the process that allowed you to understand whether or not discrepancy would end up in debt with the application of the business rules of the department. And that was something that came later. Is that, you're looking at me quickly?
Well, I just think that there was a filtering process, but when they got to the stage of actually identifying and acting on discrepancies, there was no chance that you weren't going to end up with a debt really if you didn't engage.
So my recollection is that there were, and again, it was a step that was introduced later, but that there was a significant number of discrepancies that the department was able to eliminate without requiring any interaction with the customer. That they had.
I'm just not sure if we're talking about the same thing. You're talking about a filtering process which filters out certain fields of discrepancy but identified cohorts, or are you talking about something in the process once the discrepancies identified and it will be acted on, where some kindly part of the department looks more closely and says, oh, no debt here?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like for my, and I don't know if it's just a terminology thing, I think of filters as in indicators that resulted in somebody's discrepancy not being reviewed versus the steps in the process that were implemented later that removed. So people, so the discrepancy, even if the discrepancy that the department identified turned out to be accurate, it still may not result in a debt, or it may result in a debt so small as to be waived.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I ask you to confirm, Mr West, the document that was shown to Minister Tudge? I ask that Exhibit 4773 be placed on the screen. And if we could flick to the second page. Thank you. The first dot point says there is no evidence to suggest the overall savings will not be achieved over the forward estimates. I should confirm with you that was the document which was shown to Minister Tudge.
I think so, yeah.
Yes. The suggestion or the statement that there's no evidence to suggest the overall savings will not be achieved over the forward estimates seems to be inconsistent to some extent with the document we just looked at.
So I think they're both trying to say the same thing. And it was, at this point in time, there was clear evidence to indicate that the savings weren't going to be achieved in the years that they were identified in the budget measures, so especially upfront.
The forward estimates.
No, like as in the first couple of years. So the first 2 years of the forward estimates, if you like, or the budget year and the subsequent year. But at this point, I don't think we'd seen evidence, largely on the basis that the program had been paused and there wasn't data coming through as to completion rates in any significant way, to give a level of confidence that the overall numbers needed to be revised. I think we do subsequently in this presentation go on to say that that position requires further validation though.
We go then to the second page of the document. This is where you identify that from this point forward there will need to be revision of the numbers which were projected in the budget measures.
Yeah, that's correct.
Downward revision.
So we're at this point in time, the suggestion is a reprofiling of the savings. So you'll see those two.
Sorry, what does reprofiling of savings mean?
So you'll see those two graphs at the top that
Yes.
both represent, each column in each of those graphs represents the same financial year. So this is saying that originally on the left-hand side, that was the profile, that were the years in which the various budget measures identified that debts would be raised. And then on the right-hand side, that's saying the department's not going to raise the same number of debts it thought it would in 2016 and 2017, but may be able to raise more than it originally thought it would in 2018 and 2019. The totals on those two graphs, I think, would add up to the same number if you added all 5 columns together.
Yes, but what needed to happen in order to reach the same number over the forward estimates? That is, get more than anticipated in the 17, 18, 19 financial year.
What we thought at the time, some pretty significant changes to the program.
And that formed part of the work that PwC was subsequently engaged to do.
We supported the department with some of that, yes.
When you say supported, you mean got paid pursuant to a commercial contract to assist the department to achieve what was projected here?
Yes, with a caveat that we were never engaged to achieve any kind of numbers.
Well, no, you're an independent consultant. The point I'm making, Mr. West, is that what is presented to the Minister is that the numbers will be significantly down for the first 2 years, as you've identified, but that all is not lost because ultimately the projections can be achieved with the significant redesign, which was what PwC was developing to tell the department.
With the caveat that, as is evident on the left-hand side of that slide, that further validation was required. And I think our subsequent work, and not that we have copies of it, but our subsequent work supported the department in analysing and providing some of those revised updates to government, is my recollection. I think the summary, my summary view was at this point in time there was insufficient evidence to definitively say that the savings in aggregate weren't able to be achieved, but further validation was required, and as more evidence became available, it became clearer that that was not going to happen.
All right. We could go to Exhibit 3923. This is an email from Mr. Van Hagen to you, Mr. West, on 2 July 2017. Sorry, yes, 2 July 2017. Responding to your email on 1 July 2017. You refer to a conversation between the Secretary and Mr Webber earlier that week about some extra work that the Secretary wanted from PwC. It's described this way. The Secretary was looking for our work to support her desire to create a new customer-focused executive position. And she asked 3 questions. 1, an assessment of what was advised to the executive and ministers and when into relation to the problems with Robodebt. 2, when they did work out they needed more customer experience. When did they work out they needed more customer experience focus? To what extent was customer experience considered in the development and implementation? And 3, when did they know there were problems in relation to customer interaction? Now, Mr Van Hagen characterised that as an interesting request. How did you consider the request?
I'm not sure I considered it any way other than something that the Secretary may look for our support with.
What about the sensitivity referred to by Mr Van Hagen when you start trying to get answers to the Secretary's questions?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by that.
Did you talk to him about it?
I can't recall talking to him about it, no.
Did you get the impression that the Secretary wanted to be informed of what other people were told so that she could do something which she was interested in, which was really outside the current scope of the engagement?
Yeah, that's my interpretation.
All right. What did you do with that then? Did you answer the questions and provide her the information?
I can't recall, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that we've gone past morning tea, but I have no further questions for Mr West.
What time do you make it? What time do you make it? My watch may have stopped.
12:53. Sorry, 11:53.
53. Is it 11:53? Oh, okay. All right. We will adjourn till 10 past. Thank you.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 12:10. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory? Sorry? You've concluded?
I concluded, yes.
Oh, okay, we could probably have let Mr West know that a bit earlier. Ms Hogan-Doran? I'll just check with Ms Hogan-Doran whether the Commonwealth's got any.
Sorry, Commissioner, I had understood Mr Gregory was going to raise an additional matter, but in those circumstances, I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Mr Beecham?
I don't have any questions either, Commissioner.
All right, sorry, we could have let you go 20 minutes earlier, but you're excused. Thanks, Mr West.
Commissioner, Mr Scott and Ms Berry will take the next two witnesses.
Okay.
Commissioner, I call Nathan Williamson.
Thank you. Mr Williamson, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Thanks. Would you administer that, please?
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks, Mr Williamson. Will you take a seat? Thanks. Yes, Mr Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Williamson, would you please tell the Commission your full name?
Nathan Carson Williamson.
And you received a notice from the Commission dated the 28th of November 2022,
Yes, I did.
and you provided a statement in response to that notice dated the 2nd of December 2022.
Yes, I did.
Is the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement and notice, which should be Exhibits 5091 for the notice and 5092 for the statement, as per the list.
Yes, they're admitted respectively as 5091 and 5092.
Now, Mr Williamson, you're presently a Deputy Secretary at the Department of Finance.
Yes.
Between 2013 and 2016, you worked at the Department of Human Services.
Yes.
What roles did you undertake there?
I had a number of different roles, primarily in the service delivery area and in the program area.
At what level?
I began as an SES Band 1 and I was promoted to an SES Band 2 while I was in the department.
All right, that's below Deputy Secretary level, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in the development of what became known as the Robodebt scheme?
No, I did not.
Did you have any involvement in the implementation of that scheme?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is this right? From about the middle of June 2018, you became Deputy Secretary for Social Security at the Department of Social Services until February 2020?
Yes.
Thank you. And is this right? In that role, during 2018, you reported to the Secretary, Catherine Campbell.
Yes.
Could the witness please be shown Exhibit 4175, Doc ID CTH.2004.0002.7091_R. Can you see that document on the screen, Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Thank you. We call out the email from Catherine Rule on Monday, the 16th of March 2015 at 1:57 p.m.
Does my friend have a hard copy for this? It's quite hard to see on the screen. If not, we'll have
Sorry, I
to
don't
persist.
have a hard copy.
Not in the folder?
I think we do have a hard copy. Tab 53.
Sorry, Commissioner, I just might indicate there wasn't a bundle of documents identified for this witness, so I think we're just going to try to do our best to push through, but we don't have a bundle for him as a consequence.
Right.
We're working off the same exhibits that were tendered in relation to the evidence last week.
You mean in relation to Ms Lumley, Ms Essex?
I'm told that there is a folder in front of the witness that
Okay,
does
well,
have
can you give us a number for the,
tab 53.
Sorry, was that 53?
Yes.
Is there an index for that bundle that we might be able to have access to, since we've not taken this witness through any of those documents?
I have an index which I can provide my learned friend. Well, hopefully that's sorted out. Now, Mr. Williamson, have you got that email in front of you now?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. All right, so I'm calling out an email from, I've called out an email from Ms. Rule dated the 16th of March 2015. See that?
Yes.
And at the time of that email, you were working at the Department of Human Services.
Yes, I was.
In what capacity at that time?
Sorry, this is the first time I've seen this document. I'm just trying to think of that period of what role I was in. I think I may have been a national manager for welfare reform, working to Ms. Rule. But I would need to check that.
Okay. All right. Well, in any event, do you see that email is referring to a response to an ED corrigendum?
Yes.
And would that be ED, to your understanding, refer to exposure draft?
Yes.
Right. And an exposure draft is a familiar term used in the context of a cabinet process?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if we perhaps go to the next email below that, from DHS Cabinet, Monday, 16 March 2015. You see that refers to a exposure draft corrigendum titled 2015-16 Budget, DSS Portfolio Budget Submission.
Yes.
Okay. You're aware, aren't you, that that budget submission included a proposal for what became the Robodebt scheme?
Yes, it would have.
At that time, it would have been known as part of the strengthening the integrity of welfare payments measure, correct?
Based on this email, yes.
Okay. Can you explain, by reference to what you understand your role was at the time, why you would be included in the email from Ms. Rule at 1:57 that I referred to a short while ago?
There are a number of people that Ms. Rule sent that email to. While I don't have a clear recollection, I would expect it was because there would have been a measure or measures within that particular submission that related to me.
And on the assumption that your role at that time involved welfare reform, can you, would it be the case that you would have had an interest in one of those measures relevant to that capacity?
I would think so, but without seeing the submission, I can't be sure. At that time, my recollection is the government was also considering a response to the McClure review. I was involved in that. There also could have been the forest review as well.
Was the strengthening the integrity of welfare payments a measure relevant to welfare reform?
Not in the capacity that I worked in.
That can be taken down. During your time at Social Services as Deputy Secretary, did you become aware of standing operational statements entered into as between the Department of Human Services and the Department of Social Services in relation to litigation arising from decisions of DHS officers exercising delegations of the Secretary of the Department of Social Services?
I was aware of the delegations existed that allowed the Department of Human Services to undertake roles and decisions in that space.
Okay. And were you familiar with the arrangements as between the two departments as to how litigation arising from decisions pursuant to those delegations might be conducted?
My recollection is that my understanding was the Department of Human Services led on matters.
All right. Well, perhaps if we go to the document, the witness could please be shown DSS.5037.0001.0670, Exhibit 3504, which should be your tab 86, Mr. Williamson.
86.
Yes. Have you seen this document before, Mr. Williamson?
I don't recall seeing this document.
Okay. Well, could we please call out paragraph 1 of the document? Do you see that statement there, the words, the Department of Human Services manages social security litigation arising from decisions of DHS officers exercising delegations of the Secretary of the Department of Social Services?
Might be the next tab over if it's not that one.
Yeah.
I've got it at 87.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I see that paragraph.
Thank you. And does what's stated there accord with what you understood to be the arrangements as between the two departments on this subject matter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If we call out paragraph 2 of the same document on the same page, you just read that to yourself, not aloud, please.
I've read paragraph 2.
Thank you. And does that paragraph reflect what you understood to be the arrangements as between the two departments whilst you were Deputy Secretary at DSS?
Yes, although I cannot recall the legal services protocol and the standing operational statements in detail, but in terms of in operation, yes.
Okay. All right. We go to the next page, please. Call out paragraph 7 on that page. Sorry, that should be paragraph 9. There, yes, thanks. You see there reference to referral of decisions to DSS on para 9?
Yes.
All right. And you see that it states that DHS must refer the following decisions to DSS in accordance with the agreed timeframes.
Yes.
And it refers to AAT first review decisions that are less favourable to the Secretary, and one or more of the following applies. See that?
Yes.
And one of those is identified as there is a significant issue of policy or administrative practice. See that?
Yes.
Okay. Was that something that you understood at the time of your tenure as DSS Deputy Secretary?
Sorry, did you ask me if that occurred?
Well, I'm asking you whether you understood that was part of the arrangements as between the two departments when you were Deputy Secretary.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you understand that the significance of the need for referral to DSS was that DSS was in effect the portfolio agency responsible for the social security law?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Therefore DSS had an interest in the maintenance of the integrity of the social security law.
Yes.
And therefore DSS had an interest in AAT Tier 1 decisions that raised significant issues of policy or administrative practice.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. That can be taken down. Could the witness please be shown paragraph 10 of his statement? Sorry, that should be paragraph 24 on page 3. Paragraph 24. You say there, sometime after I commenced in DSS in mid-June 2018, I had a very brief conversation with someone in DSS who I cannot now recall. I believe it was in the margins of a meeting on another issue, or possibly in passing in a corridor. I was told something like, DSS is getting legal advice on the online compliance program. I cannot recall whether they were telling me that DSS was in the process of seeking advice or had received draft advice. See that?
Yes.
Now, when you started in DSS, were you given a briefing on issues of relevance to your role in a general sense?
I was provided with some documentation that went to corporate documentation, current briefings that were with the minister, information from the recent budget, and information on programs that the group was directly responsible for implementing, like the Try, Test and Learn Fund.
Is this a conversation you recall having before or after that briefing?
So my recollection of this conversation is that it occurred relatively early in my time in DSS, but I can't put a time frame on it. That information that I just referred to was provided to me at the outset.
Okay.
Some in hard copy, some in emails, sort of.
Okay. So this conversation you're describing here in paragraph 24, do you recall who you had that conversation with?
Not with certainty.
Okay. When you say not with certainty, are you saying that you have no idea, or that you can put it more concretely than that?
No, not that I had no idea. There were a few SES who worked in this particular division, but it was likely to be Ms. Essex,
Right.
but I didn't name her in my statement because I couldn't be certain.
Okay. All right. And then if we call out para 25, you state, I believe my response was to the effect of, why would we be getting legal advice? And you explain that this was because in June 2018, the online compliance program had been operating for a period of time and was administered by the DHS, not DSS. Accordingly, I considered that it would be odd for DSS to be seeking legal advice on the program. Did you ask the person who you were speaking to what in particular about the program legal advice was being sought?
No, I don't think I asked. I think I asked the question why, and I was told it was in the context of an appeal.
Okay.
But I didn't ask a more detailed question than that.
Okay. And what did you understand the reference to an appeal to be?
A customer appealing a decision.
Right. In any particular forum?
No. No, it could have been. I mean, it would have likely have been AAT, but I didn't probe further.
Okay. Well, given the interest DSS had in AAT Tier 1 decisions that could impact the integrity of the social security system, did this conversation not cause you to have some interest in what was the issue about which legal advice was being sought?
No, because the conversation, my recollection is the conversation was a very brief conversation, a passing conversation, and I assumed that if there was more to it, that it would be raised with me in another forum further down the track.
Right. Did you put any steps in place to ensure that it was raised with you?
I didn't put any steps in place about that particular matter. However, my management style is one where I was open to people raising matters with me, and I expected people would raise matters with me.
Okay. And did you make that expectation clear to Miss Essex and others within the department?
I believe all of the staff were aware that that was my approach. I received feedback both directly and through upwards appraisals over time that that's been my approach, so I have no reason to think that they wouldn't be aware of that.
Okay.
It's a fairly optimistic way of managing things, isn't it, to hope that people will tell you if there's an issue?
There are certainly times when issues are raised where I might probe further at the particular time or follow up. In this particular matter, as I said, my recollection is it was a passing conversation, and that if it had been more serious, that it would have been raised with me either in a different forum, raised with me again somewhere else.
Do you recall at this time or at any time stating words to this effect to Miss Essex? People have said it is unlawful before, it has been found to be lawful in respect of the program.
No.
Can we call out paragraph 27, please? You go on to say that in the same conversation that we're describing in mid-June 2018, saying something like, we should only be getting legal advice and consultation with DHS. See that?
Yes.
And you explained the reasons why you thought that to be the case.
Yes.
From that, it would seem that you had some concern about legal advice not being obtained in consultation with DHS, correct?
Yes.
And given your concern to that extent, surely you would have taken some steps to satisfy yourself about the process that was undertaken to obtain that advice, correct?
I assumed that the person who I was speaking to heard what I had said and would action that.
By doing what?
By, if necessary, consulting with the Department of Human Services.
But at this stage, the advice may already have been received?
My recollection, consistent with paragraph 24, is I'm not sure whether at this stage I was being told that the advice had been received or was in the process of being obtained.
Mm. Yes. But if it had been received, what was going to be done about consulting with DHS now?
It would still be prudent to go back and make sure that there was a full understanding of the matter.
See, Mr. Williamson, by this stage, you'd been told that legal advice had either been sought or obtained. It was about the Robodebt program. You found that strange given the period of time that the scheme had been operating, and had been told that the need for the advice had been triggered by an appeal, and were sufficiently concerned about the advice that you thought there needed to be some consultation with DHS before it was obtained. In those circumstances, why did you not concern yourself with what the advice was about?
And going back to the early part of your question, I saw it as being advice about a particular issue. It was not apparent to me that it was advice that went to the program in its entirety.
But an issue of sufficient concern that DSS would be seeking the advice rather than DHS, contrary to what you would expect to be the case.
It wasn't expressed to me, my recollection, that the advice was, I saw it as more as advice about a particular case, if that's the right terminology, rather than broader advice about the program.
You're now aware what the subject matter of the advice was.
Yes.
It's an advice from Clayton Utes, correct?
Yes.
In draft, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately obtained in draft in August 2018,
Yes.
and which concluded that the use of averaging as it was being applied, at least in respect of two categories of payments relevant to the Robodebt scheme, was unlawful, correct?
That is what the advice said.
Do you agree that the subject matter of that advice involved a significant issue of policy for DSS?
Yes.
What steps did you put in place after becoming Deputy Secretary at that department to ensure that you were kept informed about legal advice concerning significant issues of policy of interest to the department?
I think I was clear in my discussions with my direct reports that I expected to be advised of and kept across significant issues, including legal advice. My records, my emails show that where there were important pieces of legal advice, I was provided with those pieces of advice. So I take that to mean that my message was heard and responded to.
So in effect, you just assumed that those below you would bring advices of that nature to your attention.
Yes.
Right. You've now read the advice, correct?
Yes.
The fact that it was stamped draft, does that render it any less of significance than if it had been signed and finalised?
No, in the sense that it's the advice from Clayton Utes. There, in my mind, there could be an open question if it remained draft, was there iteration going on, but I don't know what happened with the advice, so I can't comment on that.
Are you aware of comments made by one of the authors of the advice of the likelihood of the substance of it changing, having now prepared for this hearing?
Yes.
And that, would you agree that it was clear that it was unlikely to change in any material way?
Yes.
All right. In those circumstances, what would be the usual course for the department to adopt once that advice is received?
So once the department received a piece of advice that was as important as that, let's take one step back if that's okay. I would have expected to have been consulted in obtaining advice on a significant matter. And with this particular matter, certainly also would have brought it to the Secretary's attention. On working through and then receiving the advice, I would be briefing, keeping the Secretary aware, and ultimately we would be briefing the government, the Minister, on it. I think in this case as well, it wouldn't have been a situation where you would have just all of a sudden put forward a briefing to the Minister to say, here's this advice. And so they would have been aware advice was being obtained.
Sorry, who would have been aware?
I would expect on a significant matter like this that the Minister we would have told the Minister we were getting advice.
Okay. Once the advice has been received by the department, how quickly would you expect the Secretary and the Minister to be informed?
So my way of operating is if I'd received that advice, I would have told the Secretary immediately. And then shortly after briefed the Minister.
Could you think of any reason why yourself, the Secretary or the Minister would not be informed of the advice from its receipt in August 2018 until January 2019? Are there any could there be any practical impediments to your knowledge of departmental processes that would result in that state of affairs?
No.
Okay.
Can I just confirm, you said January 19?
Yes.
So my understanding is it was November 19.
November 19, what happened?
Is when I first received a hard copy or an email of the advice.
Clayton Ut's advice? Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
I'm not asking about when you received it. I'm asking about circumstances that would relevant to the department.
That period, yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. I'm not suggesting you got it before then. Can the witness please be shown Exhibit 4156 DSS.5099.001.001_R. It's tab 32 on my bundle, Mr. Williamson. I'm hoping it's the same in yours.
Yes, it is.
Okay, awesome. Now, at the top of that email chain is an email from yourself to Miss Essex,
Yes.
dated the 26th of August 2018.
Yes.
Sorry, 26th of August 2018, yes, thank you. And you state there, hi Alison, another one to discuss at our catch-up. You see that?
Yes.
Did you and Miss Essex have regular catch-ups?
Yes, I had regular catch-ups with all of my direct reports.
Okay, how regular?
Approximately fortnightly, give or take.
Okay. If we go to the bottom of that page, You see there, it's an email from an address called Ombudsman Complaints dated the 21st of August 2018, referring to attached correspondence from the Ombudsman's office in relation to the entry meeting that was held, referring to the need for a response to the attached letter of recommendations is due to the Ombudsman's office on Tuesday, 18 September 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just reading it.
Sorry?
Sorry, I was just reading it, that was all.
Certainly. And if the witness could be shown what should be the next document, the next tabbed document in your bundle, Mr. Williamson, Exhibit 4157, DSS.5099.001.003_R. You see that?
Yes, I have that document.
Okay. Perhaps if you just flick through it to re-familiarise yourself with it.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you agree with me the subject matter of the letter is the then Ombudsman's investigation into the implementation of that office's recommendations from its April 2017 report into the online compliance program?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you have a recollection as to why you wanted to discuss the matter raised? Sorry, I'll withdraw that. Do you agree with me that investigation is the same investigation that's referred to in the email chain that I last showed you behind the previous tab?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection as to why you thought it was necessary to discuss that matter in your catch-up with Miss Essex, which you referred to in your email on the 26th of August 2018?
I don't have a direct recollection. However, there were 2 recommendations from the Ombudsman's report that went to DSS, or action by DSS. Ms. Kelly has sent this to me, obviously to bring it to my attention. And in terms of responding to those 2 recommendations, it would have been Ms. Essex's area who led that response.
Okay. May we take it from that answer that you were familiar with the 2017 Ombudsman report?
Yes.
Were you familiar with the letter from the then Secretary dated 4 April 2017 to the Ombudsman that was attached to that report?
Yes.
So were you familiar with the statement in that letter, these words? The department is satisfied the system is operating in line with legislative requirements and there have been no changes to the way in which DHS assesses pay-as-you-go employment income.
Yes, I would have been.
Okay. If we go to the third page of that letter, page 3.
Yes.
Call out the heading of the importance of publicly available guidelines and the 3 paragraphs beneath it. Do you need to refresh your memory of the contents of those paragraphs?
Just reading that, yeah. Yes.
Do you agree that what those paragraphs canvass is a need for adequate and publicly available policy guidance in the context of an acceptance that the Ombudsman considers that it may be open to the government to argue that the process of averaging of income is legal? Do you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Okay. Given that acceptance and Mr Pratt's earlier representation that the department was satisfied that the system was operating in line with legislative requirements, would you agree with me that once the Clayton Utes advice was received, it was incumbent upon the department to indicate that it was no longer so satisfied?
The Clayton Ute advice, as it stands, would indicate that. My hesitation is I wasn't involved in the obtaining that particular advice, so I guess what I'm trying to say is I would have wanted to have gone back and satisfied.
Sorry, what do you mean by gone back and satisfied?
If I'd been involved in obtaining the legal advice, I would want to know how that was, how it was done, what was tested, how it was presented.
The advice?
The information to receive the advice, the questions, the context.
Okay. But that wouldn't take you very long, would it?
No, not a long period of time, no.
It should be a relatively quick matter to make those sorts of inquiries.
Yes.
And then following those inquiries, if the department was satisfied with those inquiries, then it would be necessary to return to the Ombudsman with its new position. Do you agree?
Yes.
It wouldn't be appropriate to simply respond to this letter, not even acknowledging the existence of advice that contradicted the earlier representation of the Secretary.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. I have one last document to show you, Mr. Williamson. that can be taken down. In your role as Deputy Secretary, would you receive regular emails from the department's media unit about media items of interest to the department?
Yes, I think there was a daily media advice.
Could the witness please be shown Exhibit 4165, Doc ID RBD.999.001.035, your tab 39, Mr. Williamson. Perhaps if you read the article to yourself, Mr. Williamson, before I ask you some questions about it.
Yes.
All right. Would you expect that an article of that nature to be included in the regular daily briefings that you, media briefings that you received?
Probably, but I can't be sure.
And what action would ordinarily be taken in respect of an article of that nature?
I don't think any action would be taken in respect of one particular article.
Well, the article refers to a top silk taking on Centrelink over Robodebt recovery. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes.
The silk referred to as former head prosecutor of Victoria. Do you agree with me on that?
That's what the article says.
He's quoted as saying, "I think it's illegal and I think it's scandalous." Do you see that?
Yes.
Which would, from the heading of the article, is clearly in reference to what is colloquially known as the Robodebt program.
Yes.
And of course, it's a media article, but wouldn't something like that cause you to ask those in your department whether there were any legal advices that might be relevant to the issue raised in the article?
It might.
But you didn't take any action?
I do not remember this article. So I should say I can't be sure that I saw this article.
You knew at the date of this article that there'd been substantial controversy over the program? Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, I agree there'd been significant public interest.
And you knew that legal advice, you'd been told that advice was being sought or obtained in mid-June 2018 in relation to the program by reason of an appeal, correct?
It wasn't in mid-June 2018. I can't recollect the time. I began in the department in June 2018. That was my reference point for, and sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Well, in paragraph 24 of your statement, you say, sometime after I commenced in DSS in mid-June 2018, you had a brief conversation and you were told something like DSS is getting legal advice on the online compliance program. And in paragraph 26, you said someone responding to an inquiry by you about that statement along the lines of because there is an appeal.
Yes.
So you'd known that from mid-June 2018.
No, I hadn't. So it might be just poorly worded in my statement. What I'm saying in my statement is paragraph 24, sometime after I commenced in DSS in mid-June 2018. Sorry, I was just connecting my commencement in mid-June 2018.
But presumably, if you related it to June 2018, it was well before December 2018.
Yes, Commissioner.
So you knew those things. Were you aware of appeals, or had you been made aware of appeals to Tier 1 AAT in which members of the AAT had held that averaging used in the Robodebt program was unlawful?
I can't recall if I had in that time period.
But given the interest of the department on issues of that nature, surely you would have been informed of those appeals.
It's likely that I would have.
Right. So you knew there was a legal issue as to the lawfulness of averaging by December 2018, correct?
No.
Mr. Scott, are you going to be at some time with Mr. Williamson because it's past the lunch break and...
I expect to be about 10 more minutes.
Commissioner, could I indicate I need to seek some instructions in any event, which I was going to do over the luncheon break, so perhaps...
Okay, well, we'll adjourn till 2:10. Thank you.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 2:10. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, before the witness recommences, if I could just address two matters that have arisen. The first is I just wanted to indicate that the Commonwealth does accept that on the 27th of January we were provided with a list with a bundle identifying documents for the group of Ms Essex, Lumley and Fredericks and also Williamson, and it was our confusion in not having that material available today.
Oh, that's very gracious of you. All right.
And the second matter is that I've understand from communications between those instructing me and Mr Williamson over the break is that he felt he had been cut off and wished to provide some further clarification to the question that was answered by him just prior to the break. And the question was, so you knew there was a legal issue as to the lawfulness of averaging by December 2018?
All right, and we were talking about the media article. It's that context, isn't it? What do you want to say, Mr Williamson?
Thank you, Commissioner. Just wanted to clarify, because I think I just sort of said a flat no. From my perspective, I wasn't aware of the content of the Clayton Utes advice. And as per my statement, thought that it referred to a particular case rather than the fundamentals of the program. I was also operating on the basis that I'd understood that the program had gone through a normal new policy development process originally, and that would have included looking at the legality of the scheme and whether legislative change was required. And just to clarify, I can't recall whether I ever saw that particular article or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Williamson. Accepting all of that, you also accepted before the lunch break that you likely were aware of AAT decisions indicating, at least in the members deciding those decisions, views that averaging as it was used in the Robodebt program was unlawful.
I cannot recall exactly when I became aware of AAT decisions around that particular matter. However, I was aware of AAT decisions that had been upheld.
Upheld in the sense that
Found in favour of the person.
on the basis that averaging had been unlawfully used.
I think so.
So when were you aware of that?
I can't recall any particular AAT matter, but my recollection is that there had been cases for the AAT where that had occurred.
Okay, and what was DSS doing about that?
The cases, my recollection is that around that time there wasn't a sense of a systemic problem through the AAT decisions, that there were views that the individual cases turned on the merits of those particular cases, and I don't recall being advised that there was a systemic problem flowing from the AAT decisions.
I recall being advised that there was reasoning in at least some AAT decisions to the effect that averaging, as it was used in the Robodebt scheme, was unlawful, and not just in the sense of how it was used in those individual cases.
I recall being made aware of AAT decisions that went to the matter you just raised. I can't recall when I was advised of that, though.
would have been by end of 2018?
I can't say.
And so what was your response and what was happening at the time you were made aware of this?
I have over the course of 2019, my recollection is that there wasn't a point in time or a date that I recall. However, there was accumulation of AAT decisions, increasing publicity, movements to the federal court, and that started to sway my mind or put a question in my mind about the assumptions that I had been making about the scheme up until that time.
All right, but different question really. If there's one AAT decision that says this scheme is unlawful, isn't there some obligation to take that up, take it to Tier 2 and if necessary to the federal court to get it sorted out?
On reflection, that would have been preferable.
Do you know why it didn't happen?
So in terms of the AAT, while DSS was consulted, I think in hindsight, there was a distance between DHS handling those matters in the AAT and the Department of Social Services.
You mean the DSS didn't take any interest or?
No, I think it was hard to get a clear picture, and my own personal reflection is that, more questions should have been asked, including by me.
Okay, of whom?
Of DHS to understand what was happening in those particular matters. And not accepting necessarily the initial responses.
From whom? Are you thinking of whom you would have asked those questions of?
No particular individual. There were many conversations over a long period of time between the departments, and I'm not all of which I was in, but when I reflect on what the assumptions were in my mind as to why I thought there was a legal basis for the scheme.
Okay, but when you were talking to people from DHS, were they telling you about the AAT giving these decisions?
Sometimes they'd make us aware, but often there seemed to be a reason about a particular case that was given that didn't go to the fundamentals of the scheme, and that's my reflection about not asking further questions.
All right. Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Commissioner. Not much longer, Mr. Williamson. Do you accept that decisions to the effect that you've just been discussing with the Commissioner were decisions that affected the integrity of the social security system as it was then understood in the framework of the Robodebt scheme?
Yes.
And given the importance of those decisions to that scheme in that context, do you accept that I'll withdraw that. Given the importance of those decisions to that scheme in that context, what would you say to an approach that those decisions might not be appealed because of a concern for the interests of the individual social security recipient involved in those cases?
It was always important to consider both the integrity of the welfare system and the individuals involved in any matter.
Sure. But if there was a genuine belief that those decisions that we've been discussing involved an error of law that went to the integrity of the welfare system, surely in those circumstances, the appropriate course is to appeal. Do you agree?
Sorry, I don't quite understand the question. Apologies.
If there was a genuine belief by those within the Commonwealth that the AAT decisions that we've been discussing were wrong in law as to the lawfulness of Robodebt, and in particular averaging, surely in those circumstances the appropriate course for the Commonwealth to do would be to appeal in order to get clarity on that question.
Yes, if we believe they were, yes, if we believe the decisions were wrong.
And if a view was formed on assessment that those decisions weren't in error, then do you accept that it would not be appropriate for the Commonwealth to continue the practice of averaging?
Sorry, can you repeat that again? Apologies.
If a view was formed on assessment by the lawyers advising the Commonwealth that those decisions weren't in error, then do you accept that it would not be appropriate for the Commonwealth to continue the practice of averaging?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to describe, put something to you and ask you whether this accords with your recollection. Do you recall at one of your regularly scheduled meetings with Miss Essex discussing the Clayton Utes advice?
No.
And just for completeness, do you recall at one of those meetings, in reference to the discussion of that advice, you noting that there was an established view that the program was legal based on the Ombudsman's consideration of the Robodebt scheme?
No.
Do you ever recall stating to Ms Essex at one of your regular meetings that there was an established view that the program was legal based on the Ombudsman's consideration of the Robodebt scheme?
No.
Can I just put this to you? This was the evidence of Miss Essex, that at this catch-up on the 26th of August, you were talking about that letter from the Ombudsman, and in discussing it, she told you about the Clayton Utes advice and said that it said averaging was not legal, and your response was, it is legal, it's clear that it's legal. If we have a robust advice, let's evaluate the situation, but it's legal. That's her account.
So my only recollection of anything that could be related to the Clayton Utes advice is, as per my statement, that particular conversation. I don't recall having a conversation where Ms Essex raised the advice. From my perspective, that sort of response does not sound like the sort of response that I would give in a normal discussion with someone. That's not my style. So,
Well, what actually happened was this advice just bubbled along for another year. So it's quite important to me to be able to sort out what to believe here about what happened. Is there anything else you can advance that would assist me in reaching a view on who did say what to whom?
no, my statement is my best recollection of anything that could be related to it, and I would have expected that if Miss Essex had raised the advice with me, she would have provided me with a copy. I was on occasions provided with copies of legal advice on other matters, including by Ms Essex. So my emails show that in a similar time period, I was provided with advice by Ms Essex on quite a significant matter around a potential change to the social security income assessment model, which is unrelated to this matter, but she sent me that piece of advice. I'm not sure why this was not provided to me.
All right. And one doesn't usually ask a witness to comment on why another witness might say anything, but have you got any clue why she would not have made the advice known to you or done anything with it, if that is the case?
No, I mean, it's hard for me to put myself in her shoes.
I'm not really asking you to do that. I'm just asking you if there's anything about the circumstances that would explain it to you.
The advice showed a problem, and Ms Essex may not have known how to deal with that. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm speculating.
Yeah, all right. That's fair enough. Thank you.
Commissioner, that's the evidence of the witness.
Togendorf.
Thank you. Mr Williamson, you recall you were asked some questions about what your role had been at DHS in the period of about 2015.
Yes.
You were at DHS, paragraph 8 of your statement, between 2013 and 2016.
Yes.
I'm going to give you some titles and ask you to see if you accord with your recollection, as that was the name of the title of the role that you had. Between 2013 and 2014, were you National Manager, Service Delivery, Performance and Analysis?
Yes.
Thank you. And between 2015 and 2016, were you General Manager, Service Strategy?
Yes.
In either of those roles, did you have a direct or dotted line report to Catherine Campbell, the Secretary?
Certainly, no.
When you went to DSS and became Deputy Secretary for Social Security, were you then a direct report to Ms Campbell as
Yes.
now Secretary of DSS?
Yes.
You gave some evidence about having held certain assumptions or an assumption that the scheme was legal.
Yes.
You've also just recently, just moments ago, given some evidence about having been provided with legal advices, including being provided by legal advices from Ms Essex. Were you ever provided with any legal advices to the effect that the Robodebt scheme was lawful?
Was lawful. So, I saw the 2017 advice, that internal advice from DSS, but that was not until late 2019.
Could I have document CTH.2000007.5664_R shown? I'm not sure what exhibit that is, someone will know. You can see a document there, Australian Government Department of Social Services, the heading 2017 advice. Is that the 2017 advice that you were just referring to a moment ago?
Yes.
We just go to the next page, and the next page after that. Thank you, operator. You see, we're now at page 5666, heading 2014 advice. Have you seen that document before, or that part of the document before?
I can't recall, but I would have.
Just for the benefit of the record, that's Exhibit 3588, capital A. Do you ever recall discussing the 2014 advice and the 2017 advice, or either of them, with Ms Essex?
No.
No further questions, Commissioner.
Mr Scott?
Just to be clear, that advice that's on the screen, do you have any idea when you would have seen that advice?
I believe I would have seen that advice at the end of 2019.
Are you a lawyer, Mr Williamson, or no?
No.
Thank you. Do you want Mr Williamson excused?
Yes, he may, please.
Thanks, Mr Williamson. You're
Thank you,
excused.
Commissioner.
Commissioner, I call Maris Stipnieks.
Thank you.
I think Mr Stipnieks is on his way.
While he's coming, what's a dotted line report?
I know you're tending to me on the assumption I know. I suspect it means different things to different people, Commissioner, unfortunately.
Right. Mr Stipnieks, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation, thanks, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, Mr Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Stipnieks, could you please state your full name?
Maris Andres Stipnieks.
You were provided a notice to give information in writing and produce documents dated the 15th of December 2022,
I was.
and you produced a statement in response to that notice dated the 12th of January 2023.
That's correct.
Are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I have one correction to make, Mr Scott, in relation to paragraph 137 of my statement. There is a reference in that paragraph to an opinion I provided to the Australian Federal Police from Robert Richter QC, in which I made a statement that I was unaware of how the Minister's Office obtained a copy of the opinion. In subsequent review of my documents, I discovered that it had been provided by a journalist to the Minister's Office.
Okay. While we're on the subject of corrections, can I take you to page 14, paragraph 103 of your statement?
Yes.
Just the last sentence, it says, in my mind, the question of whether or not a person is entitled to a social security payment was ultimately a question of fact to be established based on the available evidence and did go to issues of process. Is there a missing knot between?
Yes, there is, Mr Scott, sorry.
So it should read, did not go to issues of
Yes,
process.
yes.
Thank you. Is the statement otherwise true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Commissioner, I tender the statement and notice along with the other balance of the documents on the witness list in relation to Mr Stipnieks' evidence. Stipnieks' evidence, I beg your pardon.
So that's 5093 through to 5105?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Those documents are admitted with those numbers.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Stipnieks, you commenced employment with the Australian Public Service in September 1992.
That's correct.
You achieved a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Canberra in 1998.
Yes.
And of course, up to that point in time, you'd been working in various legal roles, non-legal roles in the Australian Public Service.
Yes.
You then obtained a graduate diploma in legal practice from the Australian National University in 1999.
Yes.
Thereafter, from January 1999 to April 2021, you held various legal roles in the Australian Public Service, correct?
Correct.
You resigned from the Australian Public Service in April 2021.
Correct.
You now hold a position of special counsel at the firm Lawyer Bank.
Yes.
Can you tell us, very briefly, what Lawyer Bank is?
Lawyer Bank is a private firm that specialises largely in providing secondees to Commonwealth agencies.
Right. And relevant to that proposition, you are currently working as a seconded lawyer at the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water.
Correct.
Thank you. Have you ever appeared in court, Mr. Stipnieks?
Not in court. I've given evidence once in a fair work hearing.
Okay, but never as counsel or as instructing solicitor?
No.
You have provided advice in relation to the conduct of any legal proceeding?
I've been engaged in certain court proceedings and AAT proceedings in the context of engaging external solicitors who then engage counsel.
Okay, but never yourself provided advice in relation to the conduct of those proceedings?
No.
Okay. Have you ever provided advice in relation to prospects of appeal from a decision arising from any legal proceeding?
No.
Have you got any experience as acting as a lawyer in judicial review proceedings?
Not in the context of judicial review proceedings, no.
Okay. Have you got any experience as a lawyer in acting as a lawyer in AAT proceedings?
Only in the management of a small number of matters in health payment space.
Health maintenance space?
Payments.
Okay.
So particularly in relation to some aspects of the Medicare scheme and the pharmaceutical benefits scheme.
Okay. Have you ever appeared or acted as instructing solicitor in the High Court of Australia?
I have not.
Have you ever held a practising certificate?
I have.
Do you presently hold one?
I presently hold a limited private practising certificate, but when I was in general counsel roles, I held an unrestricted government certificate.
Okay, thank you. Tell me, please, if this is an oversimplification of your various legal roles throughout your career, but was it generally the case that those roles have involved you providing advice on legislation governing the various programs delivered by the agencies that you have either worked for directly or been seconded to through Lawyer Bank?
Yes, that's broadly correct.
Okay, thank you. Given that experience that we've just discussed, Mr. Stipnieks, do you consider yourself to be a subject matter expert in the provision of advice on the sufficiency of evidence to prove facts in legal proceedings?
I wouldn't say I'm a subject matter expert. I think I have a significant experience over my career in providing advice on legislation, and I think aspects of that involve considering issues of administrative law, but I think as an in-house lawyer, you're often required to be a bit of a jack of all trades. And in my general counsel roles, I was responsible for a whole range of issues, conceivably employment law, commercial law, administrative law, statutory interpretation. I think my experience is largely focused on interpretation of legislation, but that brings with it, I think, a degree of consideration of admin law issues, and I'm quite comfortable with them.
All right. But you wouldn't consider yourself to have greater expertise than a lawyer who specialises in administrative law on questions relating to the lawfulness of administrative decisions?
Mr. Scott, I don't, I would never consider myself to be the greatest lawyer on any particular issue. I mean, I've engaged on complex issues, and I like to think I do a good job, but I'm not holding myself out to be an expert, and I will not make the full bench of the High Court.
Okay, thank you. Now, from August 2016 to February 2019, you performed the role of General Counsel, Program Advice and Privacy within the Legal Services Division of the Department of Human Services.
Correct.
Within that team was the Deputy General Counsel, Mr. John Barnett.
Yes, he was one of the Deputy General Counsel. Just for clarification, Mr. Scott, in DHS, a large number of EL2 level lawyers were called Deputy General Counsel, so it didn't necessarily signify that they were the two I see in a particular area. So I possibly had at certain times maybe 4 people who carried that title, but John Barnett was one of them.
Okay. And was there another person with a last name, Mr. Gladman, in that team as well?
Yes, Mark Gladman, again, a Deputy General Counsel in my team.
Okay. And from January 2017 to July 2017, was there a lawyer within that team called Matthew Daly?
There was, yes. Matthew was can't recall whether he'd proceeded from being a graduate lawyer, but yes, certainly a young and very enthusiastic lawyer in my team.
Okay. I just want to ask you some questions about something you say in your statement on page 14 at paragraph 103.
103. Yep.
Call that out, please. Now, you agree with me that there you discuss the effect of provisions of the Social Security Act, and section 122 capital A deals with when a debt is due.
Yep.
And then so does section 1223. Is that right? And you're describing the effect of those provisions as being that debt arises to the Commonwealth at the time a person receives a social security payment to which they're not entitled.
Yes.
Right. And then you go on to say, in my mind, the question of whether or not a person is entitled to a social security payment was ultimately a question of fact to be established based on the available evidence and, as you've corrected earlier, did not go to issues of process.
That's what I put.
Thank you. And then if we call out paragraph 106, you say, it seemed to me that even if a procedural, evidential or other defect served to invalidate a particular decision to raise a debt against a person, the person would still owe a debt to the Commonwealth under the relevant section if the person did not in fact qualify for the payment.
Yes.
Now, this view that is described in these 2 paragraphs we've just discussed, can you tell us when you formed that view?
That was, I think, just focusing on the particular arguments that were in Mr. Hank's paper. So it was merely an observation, which I don't think I've expressed in writing before. It was in the context of reviewing the materials, and I think the point really there was just to indicate that I was engaging with the primary argument in Mr. Hanks's paper, which I concede doesn't necessarily match up with my other comments elsewhere, in terms of his focus on the issues about those two provisions and the construction of those two provisions.
Okay, so Mr Hanks's paper was the paper that he delivered at the Australian Institute of Administrative Lawyers in July 2017.
Yes.
What I'm interested in, though, is whether you turned your mind to the questions regarding the lawfulness of raising debts under these provisions earlier than that.
I don't think I did specifically, Mr Scott.
Okay. So until Mr Hanks's paper, you didn't turn your mind to that issue at all?
I'm just trying to think in terms of timing. Look, in the event that I was asked to comment on the debt provisions, which I set out in a particular part of the Social Security law, I may well have reverted to those debt provisions because they are the clear provisions which set out the circumstances in which a debt is owed.
Right. But just to be clear, can you say whether or not you considered the effect of those provisions and the lawfulness of raising debts in the way it was done under the Robodebt scheme in any considered way before July 2017?
Not in a way that I would say is considered, no.
Okay, thank you. But while we're on the topic, can I just be clear of what your view ultimately was as at July 2017? Is this right, that the essence of it was the question of whether there was a debt and the amount of the debt depended upon whether in fact the recipient had been paid more than they were entitled to?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
Okay. That the existence of that debt did not depend upon the process of identifying and calculating that debt?
No, I don't agree with that. I think the point that I was making in this particular statement was to merely indicate, for instance, that if a debt were raised in circumstances where there was no or insufficient evidence, and if that occurred, the decision to raise a debt could be held to be unlawful because of that process issue, because of that lack of evidence. But if then further steps were taken, which then did reveal that the person didn't qualify, then the person would owe a debt and would have always owed a debt because the relevant provision says the debt occurs at the time they receive the unauthorised payment. So that's, I think it's nuanced point, but that was the point I was trying to make.
So is this effectively what you're seeking to say is this, that the view you formed in July 2017 on reviewing Mr Hanks's paper was even if there was insufficient evidence to support the debt that was raised, that insufficiency of evidence would be immaterial to the lawfulness of the raising of the debt if in fact it was demonstrated that the debt was owed?
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not quite sure if I'm following what you're saying. Can you?
Not sure I am either.
Okay. I'll be less elaborate. Essentially, was it your view that whether or not the debt was invalidly raised did not matter if it was subsequently discovered that the debt was in fact owed?
No, I think I understand where you're coming from. I think what I was simply saying is that in the context of whether or not a debt was validly raised didn't necessarily go to the construction of that particular provision. That's all I'm saying. I'm not for a moment suggesting that if there was insufficient evidence or no evidence that it was appropriate to raise a debt. I was just simply saying on my reading of the provision, it didn't go to the construction of that particular provision which had been cited.
Well, just to be clear, was it always your understanding from the 1st of January 2017 that it's a usual principle of law that administrative decisions are required to be based on evidence,
Yes.
and that a decision based on evidence is not a decision that's based on speculation or conjecture?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. And was it always your understanding from January 2017, the 1st of January 2017, that the process of income averaging as it was used under the Robodebt scheme involved an assumption that the social security recipient had earned their income in equal amounts per fortnight?
I don't think I had that understanding in January 2017, and I'm not sure if I necessarily had that understanding beyond that either. I think as time went on, there were positions formed on the basis of advice that had been provided and on the basis of statements made following the Ombudsman's investigation, where others indicated a view that the practice was in accordance with legislative requirements. I never forensically examined that particular issue.
So you did not form a considered view as to whether averaging was lawful?
No, I didn't, and I think one of the things I was stressing in the statement was that in DHS we provided or obtained no formal view on the issue of averaging.
Right. And did you at any stage communicate any view to Annette Mussolino on the lawfulness of averaging?
To the extent that I communicated any views, they would be those that were covered in my statement in respect of the Carney paper and follow-up questions from the Ombudsman in circumstances where a paper had been developed which posited some responses to the arguments that were put forward in Professor Carney's article, and then a follow-up question by the Ombudsman where I developed, I guess, some responses to questions or issues that were raised. I wouldn't describe them as legal advice because they're not in the form of legal advice. They're not formally requested by a client and not provided in that context. It was very much in the context of looking at the Commonwealth position at the time and on the assumption that that position was correct to provide some responses which rebutted some of the arguments that were set out in those in that article and consequent queries.
We'll get to the specific article, but given we're dealing with the subject now, just to be clear, to the extent you were involved in the preparation of a response to that article, am I right in understanding your evidence that the response you developed was purely a reflection of the position of the Commonwealth on the lawfulness of averaging, and you didn't independently form a view as to whether or not that view was correct?
The comments were provided in the context that that was the position. I would also just note that in the context of the arguments that were developed, I'm not clear about my role in that. In my review of the documents, it appears that that document was effectively originated possibly in my team and possibly in with the assistance of the litigation team whilst I was on leave, but I have no recollection of generating the document, but certainly it was then passed on to me, and ultimately when that was provided to the Ombudsman, it was effectively an abridged version of a paper that had been previously distributed, which I'd provided to Ms Mussolino.
Right. And which, to the extent that paper might be interpreted as indicating any views about the lawfulness of averaging as it was used in the Robodebt scheme, those views you hadn't independently formed yourself.
I wouldn't say that I independently formed those views myself, no. I had given some thought to some of the issues and some of the possible responses given the matters raised.
Okay. All right. Can the witness please be shown Exhibit 4230, Doc ID CTH.3038.0002.6640, should be your tab 3, I think, Mr Stipnieks, of the smaller bundle.
Okay. I think my tab 3 is different to that, but that's okay. I assume it's the one on the screen. John Barnett.
Okay. In any event, you can see that it's an email from Mr Barnett to Mr Gladman, CCing Mr Daly, dated the 10th of January 2017. And the attachments are indicated to be AGS instruction.
Yes.
If we go to the attachment, which is Exhibit 4231, Doc ID CTH.3038.0002.6641. Have you had an opportunity to review this document?
I have just before, well, earlier in the morning, yes.
Now, do you accept that this is the attachment to the email we just looked at?
I have no reason to think it's not.
Okay, and all of the people involved in that email were people within your team at the time?
Yes, they were.
Did you have knowledge that at that time instructions to the Australian Government Solicitor were being developed for advice regarding the lawfulness of the Robodebt scheme?
No, Council, I didn't. I was on leave, according to my records, from about mid-December through to, I returned to the office on the 19th of January. So Mr Gladman was acting in my position at the time, I believe. And I think the date of that was the 10th of January.
It was, yes. And I should be more precise, actually. Could we go to the last page of the document? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr Stipnieks, I beg your pardon, the bundle that I'm referring to that should have this document is the bundle that's
That one there.
on the screen.
Okay, no, that's okay. Sorry, now I've got 3 bundles.
So that I think is tab 4 of your bundle.
Yep.
All right. So have you got that document there now?
Yes, I do.
And that page?
Yep.
Question 2, in the absence of any additional information from the customer, can DHS average by fortnight the income information received from the ATO over a financial year period by either the application of the relevant legislative provisions or by reliance on the capacity of DHS to manage its own business in the furtherance of the principles of administration and the intent of the Social Security law?
Yes.
I rattled that off.
Good sentence.
But just to be clear, you weren't aware that draft instructions had been developed in January 2017 on this subject?
No, I hadn't. And when I saw the document, I was a little puzzled. I recall having a discussion with Mr Gladman on return, because it wasn't a typical return from holidays, because there was mass action in the Robodebt space. But I don't recall seeing this document. I mean, it doesn't appear to have been sent to me, and I could find no record of it, and I genuinely have no recollection that was a document that was referred to me by Mark when I did return.
Okay. When you did return, do you have a recollection of any members of your team expressing concerns to you about the Robodebt scheme?
Not expressly. I spoke to Mr. Gladman, and clearly the general issue around concerns with the scheme was very high on the agenda, and that was largely the topic of our discussion in my recollection. And I do recall a reference to there being some drafting of, I think, high-level points that might be put on the issue. I don't have an independent recollection as to whether or not whether I saw that document at the time, but my recollection was that Mr. Gladman had said that some high-level thinking had been done, but that it had not been finished or finalised, and this was done at a time when the vast majority of many senior people were not in attendance at the department. Many people were coming back from leave.
What do you mean by drafting of high-level points?
Well, I guess drafting of points on the various issues relating to the scheme.
And for what purpose?
For the purpose of briefing more senior officers.
And so was there discussion about your team doing that draft?
My understanding was that it was my team that had done that, because it was Mr. Gladman who was telling me that this was what had happened, and my recollection is it was Lisa Carmody who had been acting as the Chief Counsel at the time, so any issues that had arisen or any requests on this issue may well have come from Ms. Carmody to Mr. Gladman.
Okay. And what was the nature of the concerns you recall being discussed with Mr. Gladman?
I don't have any specific recollections of specific issues being raised. I think it was just more generally in the context of there being concerns about the scheme and the attention it was receiving in the media.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Daly raising concerns with you about this time?
I do not, no.
All right. Could the witness please be shown Exhibit 4293, Doc ID CTH.3007.004.4112, tab 5. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. That should be it, yeah.
The reference
Oh,
on that doesn't look like what you just read out.
No, I've got the exhibit number wrong. It should be Exhibit 4239, and it's Doc ID CTH.3007.004.4112. All right. Can we go to the last page of that email chain? And you see there, Mr. Stipnieks, an email from Ms. Mussolino dated the 23rd of January 2017.
Yes.
Just read that email to yourself.
Yes.
Okay, do you recall that email being sent?
I do.
Okay, and if we go to the first page. You can see your response, or one of what appears to be your response of two responses, top of the page.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to recall the precise details of your response, but was it generally the case that response involved you providing all advices that you were able to identify in your team regarding or relevant to the Robodebt scheme?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the context in which Ms Mussolino made that request in that first email?
Look, I don't specifically, but I believe it was in the context of the Ombudsman's investigation, and that it was a call out for us to get anything that we would have on the issue of that system.
Do you recall that the Ombudsman had identified in its investigation a need for the department to provide any legal advice as relevant to the issue?
That was my general understanding, yes.
Okay. And that this request was for that purpose?
Yes.
Okay. The witness please now be shown Exhibit 5095, Doc ID MAS.0001.0560.3420. I'll just find the tab one. That's the tab. Tab 6 of your bundle, Mr. Stipnieks.
Yes.
Now, this obviously is an email quite a deal forward in time from the emails we've been discussing, but it, as we'll discuss, speaks about a state of affairs relevant to the time we've been discussing.
Yes.
It's an email from yourself to Patrick Collins dated the 13th of February 2019, and you say this to Mr. Collins: there was actually bugger all advice that was provided on OCI prior to it breaking open in the media. Would that be an accurate reflection of your recollection of the extent of the legal advice that had been provided on OCI prior to it breaking open in the media?
Yes, it would be. That was based on a recollection that I think Mr. Barnett had forwarded me a few advice as per the email to Mr. Collins. I think may have been 2 or 3 advices that we'd identified that dealt with the issue of OCI broadly, but did not go to issues of lawfulness.
Okay. And by breaking open the media, is that a reference to the extensive media that happened certainly by at least the start of January 2017?
That's right, yeah.
Could the witness now please be shown Exhibit 1744, Doc ID CTH.3007.0004.3585, your tab 4, Mr. Stipnieks.
Sorry, Mr. Scott, which tab?
Tab 4 it should be. It might be 4A.
4A, yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review this email chain?
I have.
Okay. Now, so you, just to be clear, on the second page, there's an email from the department's media unit referring to top stories for the Department of Human Services on the 21st of January 2017.
Yep.
And one of the stories is a story about, in The Guardian, about Slater and Gordon lawyers investigating if Centrelink debt system breaches the law.
Yes.
And on the first page, there's an email from Ms. Golightly on the 21st of January 2017 at 9:57 a.m.
Yes.
Effectively, the subject matter of the email is the Guardian article, and the question is raised, not sure we need formal external legal advice just yet, unless you have a different view. Just want to be ready with something but not scare the horses. We don't want to give the impression we are concerned when we are not.
Yes.
Now, Ms Golightly, of course, was a Deputy Secretary of the department at the time.
She was.
Have you ever heard a Deputy Secretary use language like that to query the necessity to get external legal advice on a subject matter?
I've not heard that term before.
Okay. Well, have you ever heard a Deputy Secretary query whether external legal advice might give the impression that, quote, we are concerned when we are not?
No, I've not come across that before.
Why, can you think of any reason why, in the circumstances, based on your experience in government practice over many years, that a Deputy Secretary might be taking into consideration for a question whether to get external legal advice, the prospect of doing so giving the impression that, quote, we are concerned when we are not?
I could only speculate. I don't really know. I'm not sure what would have been in her mind at that time. Yeah, I genuinely can't say.
Okay. Well, if we go to the top of the email chain, there's the email from Ms Mussolino to Mr Hudson CCing yourself, and the recommendation on the assumption the department wants to get assurance on the legal issues that an end-to-end review be obtained.
Yes.
And that the possible legal issues to be considered in that review is it lawful to average absent any other income information?
Yes.
Now, of course, you were CC'd into that email.
I was.
You were aware of the nature, at least in a general sense, of the legal issues swirling about the OCI program at that time?
Yes, yes. There was certainly a discussion about that because of the intense media scrutiny.
Okay. And one of those issues that was swirling was the lawfulness of averaging absent any other income information?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that in those circumstances, a sensible and prudent course for the department to take would be to obtain external legal advice?
I would.
Can you think of any reason why it would not be prudent to do so?
No, with the one caveat that if I speculate here that the reason why it did not occur, and it's mere speculation, is that it coincides with the date of the last email, which was the call for advice in the context of the Ombudsman's investigation. And so if I was to speculate why that did not occur, and it was recommended by Ms Mussolino, and I think it would have been a good idea, but my suspicion is that there was a view that an investigation by an independent statutory office holder would possibly deal with those same issues and that you would get your answer through that, so that getting legal advice at this point in time may be unnecessary. That's the only thing I can speculate, because otherwise I can see no reason why you wouldn't.
Okay.
Would you expect the Ombudsman to examine the legality of the scheme from the perspective of lawyers?
Commissioner, I think yes, because I mean in the broad context of the lawfulness of the scheme, yes, and I think that goes to the email where there was a call to get all advice that had been provided on the scheme. So it seemed to me that at least there was a clear indication that the Ombudsman was going to look into this in detail. So, I mean, I can't say what was in the Ombudsman's mind in the context of that investigation, but I would have expected, given the nature of the issue, that it would be a comprehensive review of all aspects.
So you think they might have thought, well, we've never bothered getting a legal advice to examine this scheme, but with a bit of luck, the Ombudsman will do the work for us?
Commissioner, I'm not sure if I'd put it that way, but I think as that work was underway, and also because that would necessarily involve the Department of Social Services as well, and they would clearly have some, or potentially some input to provide into that, that the Ombudsman was going to be doing, I guess, a review of the end-to-end process, which is effectively flagged in Ms Mussolino's email there to do an end-to-end review. And the only other thing I'd say, Commissioner, is that at the time, whilst clearly averaging was one of those issues, I think there were a whole range of issues that were and deficiencies with the scheme that had been identified. And I think that could have been, was going to be part of the Ombudsman's investigation as well. Again, that's my speculation about why that might not have happened, but I don't have any first-hand knowledge.
Did you review the Ombudsman report?
Yes.
Did you see anything in the Ombudsman report that put to bed the question of the lawfulness of averaging?
Not that it put to bed the issue, but it struck me, and sorry, I should say that this is me harking back to a general memory, was that there were no particular concerns raised about the lawfulness of the program generally.
Well, you might think that what in fact happened was it didn't address that question at all.
I think that's probably a good observation.
That it simply avoided that issue.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Can the witness please be shown Exhibit 3588D, Doc ID CTH.2000.0007.5662, your tab 7, Mr. Stipnieks.
Yes.
All right. Do you agree with me that's an email from Mr. Russell de Berg to you, CCing Kath Halbert and Robert Herman, dated the 1st of March 2017?
I do.
All right. Have you had an opportunity to review this email?
I have.
Okay, and for completeness, we'll get to it, but it refers to, or has an attachments combined 2014 and 2017 advice,
I have seen those now, yes.
and you agree with me that that attachment is the next document, next tab in your bundle?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll come to that shortly, but we're sticking with this email. It says, "Hello Maris, thanks for the conversation earlier today. Here's the information that we will forward to the Ombudsman." See that?
Yes.
Now, Mr. de Berg, you understood was not a lawyer?
Yes, I did understand he was not a lawyer.
Okay. And the conversation that's referred to earlier that day with you, do you have a recollection of that conversation?
I have no recollection of that conversation, Council. In fact, when I saw this document today, I actually had no recollection of the document at all. I was slightly puzzled because I'm not sure, given that I was no longer in the Ombudsman role, I was a bit surprised that I was involved, but so I'm not clear on the context in which that email was provided to me.
Do you accept that the conversation that's referred to did occur?
I would assume that's correct. There would be no reason for him to say that we had a conversation if we didn't.
And the subject matter of that conversation related to the information that was proposed to be forwarded to the Ombudsman?
That would appear to be the case.
Okay. And do you accept from me, sorry, I'll withdraw that. Do you accept that the information that was proposed to be forwarded was a summary of the circumstances from late 2014 when DSS got legal advice, internal legal advice, about the legality of using ATO income data in the way that was to be used in the Robodebt scheme, and that advice indicated that would be unlawful?
Yes.
And then there's a proposed explanation of the events that followed, including in 2015 up to the obtaining of further legal advice in 2017.
Yes, there is a long and complex commentary about that history, yes.
Yep. Thank you. And in particular, can we call out the paragraph starting with the words, following this, DHS took DSS's concerns into account and made adjustments to the process? Can you see that paragraph, Mr. Stipnieks?
Sorry, which one's that, Council?
It's about, there we go, it's been called out on the screen. That'll assist you.
Yep.
All right, now, can I just ask you to read that to yourself? And then I'll ask you some questions about it.
Sure. Yep.
All right. Do you recall that indicating to you that following the 2014 advice and before the 2017 advice, DSS got further legal advice to the effect that income averaging was lawful?
That appears to be the case. I would say, again, I had no independent recollection of this email, and I couldn't say how much thought I gave to Mr. de Burgh's email, because effectively DSS's story, and in a sense, given that we had located no advice to provide to the Ombudsman outside of the non-relevant advices, I'm not sure if I focused with any kind of laser on the issues that are raised in his email.
Well, do you accept that on a careful consideration of the email, it contains no mention whatsoever of any legal advice between the 2014 and 2017 advices?
I would accept that, yep.
And that given the subject matter dealt with by this email and those two advices, you would expect that if there was a further advice in between those two advices, it would be specifically mentioned in this email.
Sounds logical to me, but that seems logical.
Okay. And therefore, it's not implicit in the section of this email that's called out on the screen that in fact there was further advice obtained between the 2014 and 2017 advices.
No, I think that's right.
Do you think that's right?
Yep, that I can see no indication of that. The reference to 2015 makes no reference to legal advice.
Okay. Now, if we go, before we go from this, do you accept that reading the balance of the email, it purports to represent that the 2017 advice supports the lawfulness of the use of income averaging as it was being used in the Robodebt scheme?
Yes, that was my takeout.
Okay. Can we then please go to the next document, which is next tab, tab 8. Exhibit 3588A, doc ID CTH.2000.0007.5664. You got that there, Mr.
I have, yes, in front of me.
Okay, and we discussed earlier, this is the attachment to the email we've just been discussing?
Yes.
All right, and it's an extract of the 2017 and 2014 advices?
Look, on reading this, I must admit I was slightly puzzled because it looks to be a cut and paste, which purports to be that, but it's not a copy of the legal advice that was received. That's very clear. It doesn't indicate what date it was obtained. It doesn't indicate who provided it. So it's a summary of two advices that were provided, but that's the best I think I would describe it as.
Okay. Well, do you recall seeing the actual 2017 advice and actual 2014 advice?
I do not. I have no recollection of ever seeing any formal advice from DSS.
Okay. I don't know if it's up on the screen yet, but if we go to the last page of that document,
Yep.
and we call out the two first paragraphs, thank you. You can see that the first line identifies the question for which advice was sought.
Yes.
That is, whether a debt amount derived from annual smoothing or smoothing over a defined period of time is legally defensible.
Yes.
And that the short advice in response is that an amount derived from annual smoothing or smoothing over a defined period of time may not be derived consistently with the legislative framework.
Yep.
Now, you've had an opportunity to read the full document.
Yes.
Do you accept that the advice was to the effect that income averaging as it was used in the Robodebt scheme was unlawful?
I've not had an opportunity to really soak it in, but I think that sounds like a reasonable conclusion.
Well, do you recall reviewing this document?
To be honest, no, Mr. Scott, I have no recollection of seeing the email. I again could only speculate as to how much attention I gave it. I mean, effectively it was sent to me as this is what we are giving to DSS. At the time, I'm not sure if I had a particularly keen interest in the detail of those documents. As I say, looking at it now, it strikes me as very odd that they would have provided this information to the Ombudsman in that form.
Yes. We go to the first page. Yes, the 2017 advice, and call out the first two paragraphs. And you can see the question identified there is whether using income averaging as a last resort to determine a social security debt was lawful in circumstances where no other information about the person's circumstances are available.
Yes.
Okay. And then the response to that question is yes.
Yes.
Okay. And again, to accept that what follows is really just a development of the legal reasoning identified in support of that conclusion.
Yep.
Thank you. Now, do you accept that using income averaging as a last resort was not the way income averaging was used in the Robodebt scheme?
I don't think I can comment with any authority on that. I don't think I turned my mind to the issue of last resort at that particular time. I don't think I had a sophisticated understanding of how the system worked or what the detailed checks and balances were in relation to it.
Or did you have an understanding that if attempts were made to contact a social security recipient and those attempts were unsuccessful, income averaging would be used?
Yes.
Right. And that that was notwithstanding other options available to the department to investigate information about the recipient's income, such as through third-party employers.
Yes, I understood that there was a possibility that the department could use coercive notices to get information.
Right. And so, notwithstanding the availability of those mechanisms, income averaging would be used under the Robodebt scheme.
Yes.
Right. And you understood that at the time of this email, of the email we discussed before, the 1st of March 2017.
Had a broad understanding of that. I believe so.
Okay. you accept that is not using income averaging as a last resort?
I think it would probably depend on what you define as last resort.
Well, if you design, I suggest to you last resort means last resort.
Well, I think that's a reasonable interpretation. It might be that you've exhausted, a particular the steps in the process that you're required to look at as well. That would be an alternative argument. But I mean, I concede that what you say is eminently reasonable. I can't say with any certainty what the person who drafted this advice had in mind when they were talking about last resort, or indeed what information fed into it. I'm not sure I can express a definitive view about that.
Well, you've accepted at least that it is eminently reasonable to interpret last resort as circumstances where all available steps have been exhausted.
Yes, yeah, I think that would be one way and a reasonable way of interpreting.
Okay, on that happy note of agreement, we might take 5 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned for a short 5-minute break. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner. Given the upshot of our discussion before the break, Mr Stipnieks, would you agree that as at the 1st of March 2017, the only advice of which you were aware dealing specifically, that is legal advice of which you were aware dealing specifically with the lawfulness of income averaging, was a 2014 internal DSS advice indicating that is unlawful, and a 2017 advice which on one reasonable interpretation indicated that, did not support the use of the practice in the way it was being used under the Robodebt scheme.
Yes, I accept that. As you've explained it, the only thing I would say is that, in fact, I am not actually aware of the advice. There's a summary which purports to be a summary of the advice.
Sure, I'm just asking you based on what you knew.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did that not cause you any concerns at the time?
In relation to the latter, at that point in time, I certainly did not have the matter that you put in relation to the latter advice in my mind. So in my mind, there was a 2017 advice from DSS that said that income averaging could occur.
Right. And based on your earlier answers, was that a view you formed essentially because you didn't carefully read the extract of the 2017 advice attached to this email?
I didn't have a sufficient knowledge of the process to forensically analyse the advice, and it wouldn't be something that I would necessarily do anyway. This was sent to me, it appears, in the context of indicating what DSS were providing to the Ombudsman's office, so I don't think it was sent to me for review or analysis. And I certainly, again, don't recall it, which does suggest to me that probably I didn't give it a great deal of thought outside of understanding that DSS were indicating that the process was lawful.
Okay. Were you aware that by 8 March 2017, there had been a decision at Tier 1 AAT level by member Terry Carney that the practice of averaging as it was being used in the Robodebt scheme was unlawful?
No.
Do you recall any discussion, sorry, I'll withdraw that. Do you recall someone in the Legal Services Division of the department called Mr Damien Brazel?
Yes, I know Damien.
He was the head of the Freedom of Information and Litigation team.
He was acting in that role for a period, yes.
Do you recall a general discussion with him about the lawfulness of the program at about this time?
No.
Or at all?
No, I don't. I have no recollection of talking to Damien about it. I have some vague recollections of talking to other colleagues about it, but not Damien.
Okay. Could the witness please be shown Exhibit 3588 capital B, Doc ID CTH.2000.0007.5658_R, should be your tab 9, Mr. Stipnieks.
Tab 9. Yep.
All right. Now, have you had an opportunity to review this email chain at all for your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's an email at the bottom of the chain, starting at the bottom of the page, going over the next page, from yourself to Jan Bailey, dated the 2nd of March 2017 at 10:43 a.m.
Yes, I see that.
It says, attached is a draft advice we prepared which comments on the issue of on the issue from a legal perspective, have also attached some legal advice from DSS which touches on the issue. See that?
Yes.
And you see that it ultimately gets forwarded to Liz. Sorry, it was CC to Liz Bundy, that same email.
Yep.
See that?
Yep.
And then there's a series of emails from her that follow.
Sure.
Now, do you accept that, apart from the draft advice referred to in that email, the attachments were the email from Mr. de Berg to you, dated the 1st of March 2017 that we've been discussing, and the document purporting to extract the 2017 and 2014 advices?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And if we go, please, to doc ID CTH.2000.0007.5660, Exhibit 3588C, your tab 10, I think, Mr. Stipnieks.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that email?
I have.
Right. And that is a draft advice from Lisa Carmody.
It appears to be, yes. Although, again, this is looking at documents I haven't obviously seen for a long time, but it's a puzzling document because it doesn't appear to have been sent. And so, yeah, it's unclear to me. And I looked, it's in PDF form as well, so it was clearly scanned but not sent, which is interesting. But yes,
But it appears,
email from Ms. Carmody to Ms. Cruz.
it appears that it's a PDF that's been scanned and attached to your email.
Yep.
And by reference to the earlier email we were discussing, it would appear that it was a draft advice which had been prepared, which was prepared within your team, which commented on the issue of, from a legal perspective.
Look, I think that's probably right. I couldn't say hand on heart that that is the case because, again, I had a recollection that a draft document was being put together, so it may have been that this document was based on something that my team might have done. The timing accords because clearly this was when Ms. Carmody was acting as Chief Counsel, so I'm assuming it would have been in early January that was put together.
So is it possible that it was never even sent?
Oh, it looks to me like it hasn't been sent. If you look at it, there's no date on it.
Yes.
And the fact that it's in PDF form does seem to support that as well. But it's puzzling. And I'm not even clear in what context I'm sending that information to Ms. Bailey either.
Okay.
But that may have been a call on for information, any information we had about any advice that might have been provided, albeit in draft form that might never have even been sent.
Would you agree that it, in effect, is some preliminary and, some preliminary thoughts on the question of the lawfulness of averaging and does not express any concluded views on the topic?
Yes, that's right.
And that the highest, it puts arguments in favour of the approach is to say, as it does on the third last paragraph, we think that there are some reasonable arguments that could be made to support this approach.
Yes.
Thank you. And would this be right? That was, at best, the state of your level of confidence of the lawfulness of the approach at the time of your email that attached that draft advice to Ms. Bailey.
Yes, I wouldn't put my confidence any higher than that.
Okay, thank you. In the context that we've discussed in which averaging was used under the Robodebt scheme, that is, where there was always a possibility of making further inquiries that were not used as a matter of course under the scheme, do you recall discussing with Liz Bundy words to this effect, that there was always a possibility of making further inquiries, but that was a discretion. There was no imperative to do that.
I don't have a recollection of discussing that with Miss Bundy, but I'm not saying it didn't occur, but sorry, are we referring to a particular document here?
No.
No.
referring to-
I have no recollection of discussing that matter with Miss Bundy, but 6 years ago, so.
And further, do you have any recollection of, in that context, or otherwise, telling her that there was no duty to make further inquiries in relation to information that might inform the calculation of income?
No, I recall there's some discussion in the context of later discussions with the Ombudsman where the Ombudsman raised issues about the duty to inquire, but I certainly don't have any recollection of raising it myself, and indeed, on reflection after looking at the documents, I think that issue around duty to inquire was one that I only looked into in the context of comments by the Ombudsman's office.
Okay. That was in 2018, wasn't it?
That was, I believe, in June 2008, or at least, yes, that's when I provided some information to Ms Mussolino on that.
Okay, that document can be taken down. Could the witness please be shown Exhibit 5096, Doc ID MAS.0001.0583.2156_R. That should be your tab 12, Mr. Stipnieks.
Yes.
Go to the second last page.
Yes.
Bottom of that page, going over the page, there's an email from yourself to Jonathan Hudson and Miss Golightly,
Yes.
dated the 10th of July 2017,
Yes.
informing them of the then forthcoming July 2017 conference of the Australian Institute of Administrative Law,
Yes.
and in particular, the topics that would be dealt with in presentations at that conference. And amongst those was a presentation by Peter Hanks QC, barrister of Owen Dixon Chambers, West Melbourne, and the topic being Administrative Law and Welfare Rights, the 40-year story from Green and Daniels to Robodebt recovery.
Yes.
And there's the square brackets that you've added. Please note this is the main lecture of the conference, the national lecture.
Yes.
Okay. You know who Mr. Hanks is?
Certainly do.
You agree with me that he is an eminent public law barrister,
I do.
a barrister that's not infrequently briefed by the Commonwealth itself.
I'm sure that is the case.
In fact, has appeared in the High Court in public law matters,
As many eminent silks have.
and in fact is the author of a textbook on constitutional law.
Brings back lovely university days.
Very good. And I'm sorry to ask you this, Mr. Stipnieks, but you wouldn't consider yourself to have greater expertise on questions relating to the lawfulness of administrative decision-making than him?
No, I would not.
Okay, thank you. The other attendee listed there was Katie Miller, Executive Director, Legal Practice, Victoria Legal Aid.
Yes.
And you can see that there's a reference to another topic that she was going to present on related to Robodebt.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The next email in the chain, at the top of that page, call that out, please. It's an email to yourself. It actually commences on the previous page. It's from Ms. Golightly.
Yep.
And that's, of course, evident from the thanks, Melissa. Sorry, I should say Melissa. says, thanks, Maris. Jonathan, will you let the Secretary know? Also, is it worth you call the Ombudsman to get a feel for what they are going to say in their address and try to impress on them that further negativity at this stage or discussion beyond what is in their public report will not be helpful to anyone?
Yes.
This is likely to generate more media, so we will have to be ready.
Yes.
All right. As suggested, did you, as suggested by Ms Golightly in this email, contact the Ombudsman?
I don't think that was directed at me. I think that was directed at Mr Hudson.
I beg your pardon, I missed.
No, I did not talk to the Ombudsman's office.
Okay.
I can't tell you whether Mr Hudson did.
All right. Can the witness please be shown Exhibit 4141, Doc ID CTH.3007.0006.7286, your tab 14, Mr Stipnieks.
Yes.
All right. Now, these are a series of emails from yourself to Ms Mussolino.
Yes.
And the effect of them essentially was you, literally as it was happening, informing her of what was being said by Mr Hanks during his lecture at the conference.
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask you to do that?
I can't recall. I was asked to report whether or not she instructed me to do it. In a sequential fashion, I couldn't say. I don't believe she would have. I think that was just my means of passing on the thrust of what was being said. It was also copied to the division head of the communications division, so it was it had a purpose of just letting the higher ups know what was being said.
Okay.
But with I think a media slant, which is evident from Ms Golightly's email and the concern she expresses.
Now we can go through, firstly, is what's said there an accurate reflection of what you heard Mr Hanks say during the lecture?
I assume it is, because otherwise I wouldn't have sent it. So yes, I would assume that that's my very brief takeout of the presentation.
All right. Well, do you agree with me that Mr Hanks clearly identified an issue as to whether or not it was lawful to raise debts using income averaging on the basis that doing so is not consistent with the terms of the Social Security law?
That's what I said in my email, yes.
Right. And would you agree with me that a barrister of that eminence at the national lecture for the Australian Institute of Administrative Lawyers raised a substantial question as to the lawfulness of that practice as it was being used in the Robodebt scheme?
Yes, he is certainly raising an issue of consequence.
Right. And that he was critical in his presentation of the Ombudsman's report for not questioning whether the process was consistent with the Social Security law?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that by making that criticism, that would cast doubt on any reliance placed on the Ombudsman's report for the defence of the lawfulness of that practice of averaging in the Robodebt scheme?
No, I don't think I would agree with that. I agree that it casts doubt, but it's clear that Mr Hanks did not necessarily know what the Ombudsman considered, wouldn't have necessarily seen the documents that the Ombudsman had seen, and that's not me attempting to suggest that there are not issues there, but I don't think the conclusion you've reached is necessarily so.
Well, you've read his paper, haven't you?
I had read his paper, yes.
And you know that he actually refers to parts of the Ombudsman's report in his paper?
Yes, he was very critical of the Ombudsman's report. He did, my recollection is his paper says that he's not sure what the Ombudsman considered, but if he did consider the legality, that it was not clear. Right. Some more words to that effect.
Well, in that context, would you agree with me that his paper and his presentation cast doubt on the reliance on the Ombudsman's report as a basis for the lawfulness of the use of averaging in the Robodebt scheme?
It casts some doubt on that. Yes, certainly there's criticism of the Ombudsman report. I'm not sure if I'm clear on the reliance on the Ombudsman's report in the context of the lawfulness, though, because I think that largely goes to the advice that was provided to the Ombudsman by DSS.
Would you agree with me? Sorry, I'll rephrase that, withdraw it. Having heard Mr. Hanks speak and read his paper, could you continue to have a high degree of assurance that the use of income averaging was lawful on the basis of the Ombudsman's report?
Mr. Scott, I'm not sure if I ever had a high degree of confidence about it. I think there was a recognition from a reasonably early stage that there was uncertainty around it. So I think how I would put it is it certainly increases has the potential to increase the uncertainty.
Okay. And of course, the lecture ended by the suggestion that someone should look to test the matter in the federal court.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you aware that Mr. Daly also prepared notes?
Yes.
Okay.
And I saw them earlier this morning.
Yes, okay. Could the witness please be shown Exhibit 4303, Doc ID CTH.3007.0006.7291. Your tab 17, Mr. Stipnieks. Okay. Before we go to that document, you mentioned that there was an uncertainty. I think this is a correct summary. Uncertainty at an early stage as to the lawfulness of averaging in the Robodebt scheme.
Well, there were questions being asked. I think that's clear from that draft never sent document and a general discussion around as one of many issues around Robodebt, but certainly there was, and that's reflected in Ms. Mussolino's email of 23 January. Very clearly she states to very senior officers in the organisation that it would be good to get assurance on those things. So I think that's a clear indication that there is a question there.
Do you recall having any discussions with Ms. Mussolino about that uncertainty?
Look, I don't recall any specific conversations with her, but knowing her, the email that she sent on the 23rd of January, I think reflects a clear indication that of her view that getting greater certainty would have been a desirable thing.
Okay. Well, could we go to the third last page of these notes?
Sure.
The last four digits are 7305. And can you see the fourth bullet point under the heading questions that's underlined?
Yes.
And it says, Katie and Pete have been talking about whether they could launch an action in relation to OCI for 6 months. Do you understand the reference to Katie in that bullet point to be to Katie Miller?
Look, I don't think it's clear in the context of Mr. Daly's notes that is the case, but yes, I accept that.
Do you have a recollection that either Mr. Hanks or Ms. Miller saying at the conference to attendees that they have been talking about whether they could launch an action in relation to OCI for 6 months?
Look, not specifically, but it's clear that Mr. Daly was a very copious note taker, so I will not doubt him. my main takeout of his presentation was that it was clear that he was looking to agitate an appropriate challenge in the federal court. That was the clear takeout.
Okay. Well, given his lecture at the conference and the uncertainty which you've acknowledged existed from an early stage regarding the lawfulness of averaging, once this lecture happened, wasn't it absolutely clear that there was a need to advise the Secretary of the Department that there was a substantial legal risk that the Commonwealth was exposed to and that an independent legal opinion should be obtained?
No, I didn't think that at the time. My job was to indicate what was said at the conference. I think it was clear that Mr. Hanks was raising arguments which he thought should be tested. That's the basis on which you would ordinarily test any Commonwealth decision. Litigation is commonplace in terms of challenging Commonwealth decisions. So to me, the takeout was merely that we might wish to prepare for that. I didn't, I would assume that in reporting what was said there, that Ms. Bussolino would escalate and discussions would be had. But at that point in time, in circumstances where after the Ombudsman report had been issued and the DSS Secretary had indicated that DSS was satisfied that the legislative requirements were met, that there was nothing that DHS could do without further consultation with DSS, and that was a matter for the senior officers in the department to determine.
Okay, well, let's take it in steps. You knew of substantial media criticism of the scheme in January 2017.
Yep.
You knew it was a high-profile program.
Yep.
You knew it had significant implications for the government's budget.
Yep.
You knew that if what Mr. Hanks was saying was true, that the Commonwealth was taking from social security recipients money that the Commonwealth was not entitled to on a massive scale.
Look, I wouldn't say I had an idea of the scale, but that sounds reasonable, yes.
Well, did you have any idea of the scale at which debts were being raised under the scheme?
I had no particular idea, and in fact it was unclear to me whether or not the potential legal issue was one that impacted a large number of debts or what proportion of debts it dealt with, because of course the whole system was premised on engagement, and so I guess anecdotally I would assume that lots of those debts were dealt with through the engagement process.
Well, you knew, didn't you, from the media that there was substantial concern about the Commonwealth taking money from social security recipients that it was not entitled to.
Yes.
And surely that would be of substantial concern if to the Commonwealth if it turned out that it was doing so unlawfully.
Yes.
Okay. And if indeed, in those circumstances, it turned out to be unlawful, the Department and the Commonwealth generally would suffer substantial reputational risk.
Yes.
And in circumstances where, so far as you were aware, the only legal advice that had been obtained about the practice of income averaging constituted the 2014 advice, which said it was unlawful, and the 2017 advice, which on one interpretation didn't support its use in the program. Correct?
The Commonwealth's basis for proceeding was the 2017 advice.
Yes, which on one view didn't support its use, the use of income averaging in the program.
Yes, that is correct.
And there had been no, so far as you knew, external legal advices on the lawfulness of the practice?
None that I knew of.
Okay. So in those circumstances, on any view, wasn't the only appropriate course to recommend to the Secretary that independent legal advice be obtained, given the nature of the risk that the Commonwealth then faced?
I don't necessarily agree with that, but it wouldn't be my call. I mean, at that point in time, I am confident that Ms Mussolino would have been engaged in frank conversations with the most senior people in the department about a way to proceed. I think it's very clear that on the 23rd of January, Ms Mussolino thought that an independent legal advice would be a good idea. Do I think it would have been a good idea? Absolutely. But the decisions in relation to that would ultimately be made at the highest levels in the department, but would also absolutely need to involve DSS at the highest level as well.
Sure. But at the very least, what you would absolutely expect the Chief Counsel of the department to do in the face of this paper and in the circumstances that then existed was to have a frank conversation with the Secretary about the level of exposure that the Commonwealth then faced.
And I believe that Ms Mussolino would have had a frank conversation. Now, I don't know whether that, I can't say whether that occurred, but that would be what I would have expected. And once that conversation occurs, calls are made by the people who have the final decision.
Can you think of any sensible reason why Ms Mussolino wouldn't have such a conversation with the highest levels in the department, including the Secretary?
No, but I have no record of what Ms Mussolino said in the context of this particular matter, but I would also assume that she would have had ongoing conversations in the context of any controversies in relation to the program.
Do you recall, following this, Mr Hanks's lecture, a suggestion by Ms Fredericks? You recall Ms Fredericks?
Yes, she was in my privacy team.
Recall, and she was at that lecture. Do you recall?
I think I saw her name on the list this morning.
Okay, but you don't have an independent recollection of her being there?
No.
Do you recall her suggesting to you that there should be an independent legal advice after this lecture? Do you recall Mr Daly raising concerns with you regarding the scheme following the conference?
No.
No?
No. I mean, Matt was a graduate lawyer. He was very enthusiastic and bubbly, but if he did, that would be something I would think that would stick in my mind.
Okay. Right. Can the witness please now be shown Exhibit 5098, Doc ID CTH.3024.008.83330.
Yep.
Your tab 19, I believe, Mr Stipnieks.
Sure.
Do you agree with me that it's an email from yourself to Miss Nicole Clark, dated the 27th of July 2017?
Yes.
CCing the Chief Counsel's office?
Yes.
Is that a standard email address to the then Chief Counsel of the department?
Yes, effectively, this is each branch provides a weekly report to the Chief Counsel about matters that the branch is dealing with.
Okay, is that what's called the weekly dot points?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Could the witness now be shown Exhibit 5099, Doc ID CTH.3024.008.8331? Your tab 19, capital A.
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me that's the dot points that were attached to that email we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. You go to the fourth dot point under the heading Centrelink at the top of the page.
Yep.
Do you see it says consideration of OCI-related issues following AIAL conference where legislative authority for debt recovery was questioned in main conference lecture by Peter Hanks QC. See that?
Yep.
Does that indicate that at that time consideration was being given by your team to those issues identified by Mr Hanks in his lecture?
The dot points were effectively put together. My team would send me a summary of the major things that they'd been working on. So I assume this would have come through from my little Centrelink team. I may have polished it up to fit the general structure of the document, but that's what it says. Yeah, so it would have it would have effectively indicated that there was attendance there and issues were being looked at.
Okay. Who was in your Centrelink team?
At that time would have been John Barnett and Matt Daly. I'm just trying to think. Invariably, my Centrelink team ran to usually only about 3 lawyers, traditionally. But at later stages, I had some people who worked on sort of criminal crime, compliance-related stuff. But yeah, John Barnett was the Deputy General Counsel at this point in time, I believe, and Matt Daly was a graduate/junior lawyer working to him.
Okay. So may we take it from that dot point that at that stage consideration was being given by that team to those issues identified in the dot point?
Look, I think generally it would have been a reflection that there was attendance of that, and that probably comes from Matt, who was clearly, based on the documents, assiduously looking at those issues and considering that. I don't recall anything coming out of that.
Right. So may we take it that nothing happened in relation?
Nothing that I'm aware of. Again, my major takeout of the conference was that litigation was being threatened, and my recollection is that Mr Rosa, who was the General Counsel of the FOI and litigation team, was in attendance as well. And so in a sense, I think the primary risk would have laid in that team rather than mine.
Okay. All right. Can the witness now please be shown Exhibit 4218, Doc ID CTH.3004.0008.3193?
Got a tab number?
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner, that should be your tab 22, Mr Stipnieks.
Thank you.
Now, you recognise this document, Mr Stipnieks?
Yes.
This is Mr Carney's article, The New Digital Future for Welfare Debts Without Legal Proofs or Moral Authority.
Yes.
We can go through it in detail, but do you agree that the main thrust of the paper was that averaging was being used unlawfully in the Robodebt scheme?
I think, yes, that was one of the major matters raised. He raised quite a number of issues, but yes, that was a key issue.
And one of those issues, in terms of that issue of unlawfulness, whilst there were a number of parts to the argument, the fundamental point was that averaging provided insufficient evidence of the debt that was alleged under the scheme.
Yes.
Okay. Can we go please to page 9 of the document, which has the last 4 digits of 0074? All right. And we call out the second paragraph on that page. And you agree with me that what's being discussed there is the inconsistency of the failure by Centrelink to challenge the argument which he'd outlined by appealing first-tier AAT decisions, the inconsistency of that with the Commonwealth's model litigant policy.
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, and you can see in that paragraph called out there at the end of the first sentence, there's a footnote 42.
Yes.
Sorry, that's the wrong footnote. Sorry, footnote 43. We call out footnote 43. See, there's reference to Melbourne Steamship Co. against Moorhead.
Yes.
Decision of the High Court. And then you see the footnote goes on to say the first reported AAT review, sorry, AAT2, that's Tier 2 AAT, review of a Robodebt followed Centrelink acceptance of an AAT1 set-aside decision, set-aside and remission for recalculation based on employer pay records, adding weight to the argument that it is a breach of model litigant obligations to permit such debts to be pursued on an unsound legal basis until overturned. Do you see that?
I see that, yeah.
Okay. And I rattled that off pretty quickly, but did you understand the essential point that Mr. Carney was making to be that Centrelink had effectively accepted a decision at Tier 1 AAT level to set aside a Robodebt on the basis that averaging was not open, but then, notwithstanding that acceptance, was continuing the practice of averaging?
To be honest, Mr. Scott, I'm not sure if I necessarily follow that. I'm not disputing that that might be what he's saying, but given the length of that footnote and other things, I mean, I'll accept that as a general proposition that was what he was arguing.
Okay. Now, as we were discussing at the commencement of your evidence, you were involved in the preparation of documents that were prepared by various lawyers within the legal division to effectively prepare a response to this article?
Yes, it appears that lawyers in my branch worked on this. The first version of the document that I could find in my historical records was a quite developed version of that document, which was distributed by Mr. Gladman in April, and that clearly was in the context of media attention that was emanating from Mr. Carney's article.
All right. Can the witness please be shown Exhibit 5100, Doc ID MAS.0001.0013.2263, your tab 20.
Yes.
Do you accept that's an email from yourself to Ms. Mussolino dated the 18th of May 2018?
Yes.
All right, refers, says, here's the soft copy.
Yes.
And it's in response to an email from Ms. Mussolino to you, same date. Just a reminder, can we do dot points for OCI for Rebecca Cross to clear ASAP today?
Sorry, I'm not sure if I...
Same email chain, just the bottom of it.
oh, yes, yes.
Who's Rebecca Cross?
My recollection is Rebecca Cross was the new DepSec level person responsible for the integrity function. So I think Ms. Golightly's successor.
Okay.
That's my recollection. I'm not 100% on that.
All right, can we go then to Exhibit 5101, Doc ID MAS.0001.0013.2264, your tab 21.
Yes.
All right, do you agree with me this is the attachment to the email we just discussed?
That is the attachment that was attached to my email, yeah.
Thank you. And do you agree with me that this is a draft, in effect, response to Mr. Carney's article that we've been discussing?
Yes, just for context, my understanding is that this is a version of the document that my team and possibly myself, but I can't find any evidence of that, put together. So it's an abridged version which was produced, as I understand it, with a view to discussing the article with the Ombudsman.
Right. Because the Ombudsman had been inquiring of the department regarding Professor Carney's article.
Yes, that's my understanding. They sought a meeting to discuss that and broader issues.
And this was to assist representatives of the department in that discussion, to provide assurances to the Ombudsman.
I can't say, that's the purpose of this particular document being shortened. My suspicion is that the original document was drafted in the context of the media interest in Professor Carney's article. So this is just a very similar document, but slightly revised.
But you understood the arguments identified in this document were to be relied upon by the department in its meeting with the representatives of the
That's right. They were the responses in rebuttal to the arguments in the Carney article.
with a view to providing assurances to the Ombudsman in the face of Mr Carney's article. Correct?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
And on the basis of the portfolio position around the lawfulness of the practice.
All right. And was this to be used, sorry, was Miss Mussolino to attend that meeting?
I can't recall whether Miss Mussolino attended the meeting. I know I did.
Okay. Did you independently form the view that the arguments identified in this document were correct as a matter of law?
I endorsed the arguments by sending them on. I mean, I don't recall whether I independently drafted, reviewed or approved them. A document in near to final form had been provided, I think, to Ms Bundy and Mr McNamara for comment at its period when I was on leave, and obviously read the document and looked at it and considered that what was being said represented reasonable arguments.
What about legally correct arguments?
Mr Scott, I think legally correct is always a difficult concept because the law is often uncertain and grey, and throughout my legal career I have seen arguments where we talk about the better view, but there are reasonable arguments to the contrary.
Okay, well, can we call out just below the first set of dot points on the page, the sentence starting with DHS disagrees. You see it says DHS disagrees with Professor Carney's analysis, which is both confused and misconceived.
Yes.
Do you now regret use of the word misconceived?
It's probably intemperate language.
Do you think it overstated the strength of the department's position?
Yes, probably did. The context I would provide is that it's intended to be put in a situation where support is being provided for the portfolio position as I described it.
But you were a lawyer of the Commonwealth. Correct?
I am, yeah, I was, sorry.
Intemperate language to use as a basis to reject a considered academic article in a discussion with the Ombudsman, do you think is appropriate?
I would, if I can revisit my reference to intemperate, I think it's strong language. I think in some respects, I I would not always resolve from that, because when we're talking about misunderstandings about the process, one of the issues was a very strong argument about the fact that the department had effectively reversed the onus in terms of getting customers to provide information, when in fact there were processes in place where the department in fact would assist customers in terms of using their coercive powers to obtain information and would resolve matters sometimes by way of a phone conversation. So without trying to get lawyerly, I think those words, might be more accurate about some representations than others, and indeed, for instance, Mr. Carney placed great emphasis on the Briginshaw principle, and based on the research that the department did, I think it probably was fair to say that his arguments in that respect were misconceived, because there was authority that suggested the Briginshaw principle didn't apply in the AAT.
But Mr. Stipnieks, his arguments weren't confined to the Briginshaw principle. As you agree with me, the main thrust of his article was the sufficiency of evidence to raise a debt.
Yep.
And in circumstances where you'd been to the Hanks lecture in 2017, correct?
Yes.
And were aware of the doubts about the lawfulness of averaging prior to that.
Yes.
So it was clearly overstating the position to assert that Mr. Carney's analysis was misconceived, correct?
I don't necessarily agree with that in the context of the material you have up there at the moment, because that talks about misunderstandings about procedural fairness, evidential burdens, and the like. I can see no reference there to averaging, but I concede what you're saying is that the language expresses a level of confidence that may not have been there.
A level of confidence that you yourself did not hold.
About some aspects of it, that's true.
Well, the fundamental issue raised in his paper, that is the lawfulness of averaging as it was used in the Robodebt scheme.
Yes, but I'm not. I wouldn't agree that particular paragraph that that we're looking at now asserts that particular argument is confused or misconceived.
Did this document at any stage in it acknowledge your level of confidence or lack thereof that the use of averaging as it was being applied in the Robodebt scheme was or was not lawful?
No, it didn't reflect my particular personal views. It was reflective of the portfolio position.
The portfolio position, that is the position of the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Right. You understand, Mr. Stipnieks, that one of the reasons why a internal lawyer's legal advice is subject to legal professional privilege is that they are thought to be independent. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And wasn't it therefore fundamental to your role to exercise that independence and accurately reflect your level of confidence with respect to the lawfulness of the use of averaging in the Robodebt scheme?
Yes, and I would do that if I was giving legal advice.
What were you doing in this document?
I was providing responses that assumed the Commonwealth position.
Responses that were to be used in a discussion with the Ombudsman in the context of concerns the Ombudsman was raising about the lawfulness of the scheme?
I can't recall, and it may be evident in the context of the meeting request specifically what the Ombudsman was looking to do, but I think it was to discuss broadly the matters raised in the Carney article.
did you understand that your obligation as a lawyer of the Commonwealth, when putting legal arguments for the Commonwealth, to include ensuring that those arguments are fairly put
Yes.
and not overstated?
Yes, and I would do so if I was providing legal advice to a client.
But what about when you're putting an argument that's to be used in a representation to the Ombudsman?
The context is different,
Why?
Mr. Scott.
Why?
Because when you're giving legal advice, you are being asked a very specific question, and you are providing an answer which to your client, which outlines risks, which then gives your client an opportunity to consider those risks and take appropriate action. In this particular case, the document was developed in the context of responding to public criticism. That was then used with a view to providing comments to the Ombudsman about the Commonwealth position.
The Commonwealth position as reflected in this seems to be we act on the best evidence available, which is beside the point, isn't it? The question is whether there's probative evidence.
I think that's right, Commissioner. I would agree. And certainly the issue about best evidence available is a term that was used quite a bit. But
It seems to be just a means of dodging the real question of whether there's probative evidence of what somebody's income was, what income was earned, derived or received in the fortnight in question.
look, I understand the point you're making there, and that goes to very granular detail about the specifics of the Social Security law. I accept that. Won't dispute that.
Thanks, Commissioner. Are you aware of any authority whatsoever that it is a principle of law that a decision maker making an administrative decision can lawfully make that decision on the best evidence available, even if that evidence does not support the decision?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner, that's the evidence.
Thank you. Ms Hogan-Doran?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Stipnieks, just a few questions to clarify some earlier evidence that you gave by way of assistance to the Commission. Could I have Exhibit 4239, which is an email of 24 January 2017 shown? Mr Stipnieks, you see this is an email from you to Ms Mozzolino?
Yes.
Sent at about 9 a.m.
Yes.
Do you see that it says 2 of 2?
Yes.
That indicates, does it, that there's an earlier email in response to her queries?
It would suggest that, yes.
I just have shown to you a document which we've sought to have uploaded, Commissioner, and I think the redactions were underway, but we might just have it only in the hearing room and not on the live feed. It's CTH.3007.0004.3878. And that's up. Oh, it is redacted. There we go. And do you see, it's another email from you to Ms Mozzolino, 24 January 2017 at 9 a.m. Hi Annette, as requested, one more to come.
Yes.
And you see it also attaches a large number of documents.
Yes.
All right. It's not quite clear from that email, but it does look as if this email is directed to privacy-related questions.
Yes.
And the one I showed you earlier, if we go back to Exhibit 4239, is directed to legal advisors.
Yes, that makes sense because Ms Fredericks was in my privacy team and didn't really have anything to do with the Centrelink advising side of things, and then the other one's from John,
Right.
who was my Centrelink DGC.
All right, so just pausing on that for a moment. So we're on Exhibit 4239. Commissioner, I'll try not to forget to tender through my friend the other document if that's of assistance. Just on Exhibit 4239, that email you sent, Mr Barnett, you said he's your Deputy General Counsel,
Yes.
and you said he was one of your Centrelink lawyers,
Yes, yes.
and he was based in Hobart.
Yes, John was based in Hobart. He had a very, very long history with Centrelink and
I understand there's another lawyer based in Hobart who worked for DHS in and about that period, Mr Brian Sparks.
that's right. So Mr Sparks was, however, in the Freedom of Information and Litigation team. So broadly speaking, my understanding is that Brian did the AAT matters and John worked to me. So they worked together in a physical sense, but in different teams.
And just in relation to Mr Barnett, you said he was your Centrelink, or one of your Centrelink leads or Centrelink lawyers.
Yes.
And is he someone who within DHS was a person that those who in more operational roles could approach for information or advice about?
Yes, absolutely. Again, because John was a long way away, I didn't have too much to deal with him in a person-to-person sense, but John had a long history with Centrelink, and he particularly in the compliance space had a lot of relationships with long-time Centrelink staff as well. So they would go to him directly on all kinds of Centrelink-related matters.
All right. Just looking at that email, in the body of it, the previous day, there's an exchange between you and Mr Barnett of 23 January. Do you see that 11:36?
Yes.
And he says, "Hi Maris, on broader debt recovery, there would be a good deal more."
Yep.
And your question had been, can you get me a copy of everything you're aware of ASAP?
Yes.
He then says, "I think that Lex 17990 and 18594 address the process." What's he referring to there?
I think, I can't say with certainty, but I'm pretty sure that Lex numbers will just identify a particular advice. So I think what John is saying there is probably identifying the attached matters which he considers relevant to the process itself. And my recollection is that there were a couple, maybe 3 advices that went to the issue of process in a non-central sense.
And Lex is both the code to which a matter or to which an advice might be coded and a reference within your document management system?
I'd be testing my memory around whether it actually was used as a document management system. I think at some point in time it may have been, but the issue was a bit vexed because I think there were security issues at a certain time around what you could put on Lex in terms of security classification. I now know Lex is used for document management in many places.
Do you recall, if at all, you had any telephone conversation with Mr Barnett about this email or about this topic?
Look, I don't, Counsel. It's very possible that I did, but I don't recall.
All right. I'll take you now to Exhibit 5095, which is MAS.0001.0560.3420. I think you were showing this a little earlier. It's an email between you and Mr Collins,
Yes.
13 February 2019.
And pardon my language.
Well, that's pretty evocative. We understood what you meant by it, so it's a clear statement.
Your leave, Commissioner, there was actually bugger all, I'm quoting, there was actually bugger all advice that was provided on OCI prior to it breaking open in the media. Breaking open the media, do you say, is that a period, what? Are you able to indicate what period you're referring to?
As I revisit this, Council, I actually think that that's actually probably a slightly inaccurate reflection because, in fact, the advice that was provided on it was actually well before it broke in the media. I think what I was meaning to say was that there was little advice about the OCI in the lead up to the request for advice. I think.
If I might just pause you there, the request for advice.
Yes.
The request for the advice by the Ombudsman that was then passed through by Ms Mussolino to you, and you then passed through to your team.
Yes.
And when you say advice for an earlier period, you mean in the period prior to that,
That's right.
and that's January 2017.
Yes.
All right. And you said a moment ago in your evidence, you referred to 2 or 3 advices, and you see in the second sentence, my recollection is that we located 2 or 3 relatively brief advices about limited aspects of it.
Yes.
Does that suggest that that was your recollection of the position in February 2019?
That was my recollection, and it was based on the recollection of what we'd provided in the context of the Ombudsman request.
All right. You make a comment at the end of that paragraph, those advices aren't particularly enlightening in terms of the central claims in this case. That was the Masterton case.
Yes.
And then if you just skip that next paragraph and I'll come back to it. But if you can see that line, I have not seen any advice on averaging prior to the public furor.
Yes.
When you received the material that came from Mr Barnett, did you review those advices?
Yes, I did.
All right. And you formed the view, did you, that there was no advice supporting the use of averaging as part of the OCI scheme?
Yeah, there was no advice that dealt with the issue in any meaningful way. My recollection is that there was one advice where the client area vaguely set out a process and said, do you have any broad concerns about us proceeding in this way, noting that nothing has changed? And my recollection was an advice from a junior lawyer who merely said, see previous answer, but had not identified anything in particular.
You're referring to a junior lawyer. Are you able to recall who that was?
I did see the documents. I have a feeling it was a Ms. Hythersay, was my recollection.
And when you say you did see the documents, was that amongst the material that was provided?
It was amongst the materials that I was searching when I was looking to prepare my statement.
All right. But is it fair to say that based on the review that you did of advices in 2017, that you didn't identify any legal advice that supported the notion that the legal underpinnings of the scheme, so I'll state that again, that the underpinnings of the scheme was lawful?
That's correct. I found nothing that went to the lawfulness of the process.
And did you share that conclusion or that view with Ms Mussolino?
Well, she requested the advices, so I think I recall there was one document where I sent the advices to her a second time, and just in the context of a kind of high-level view of what the Ombudsman might say about this, which was to say that these advices don't appear relevant, these aspects of the process seem to be non-controversial. There may be some question about where there is no response from customers.
And do you recall having any conversation with Ms Golightly in relation to that review?
None at all. I think I had one interaction with Ms Golightly on issues relating to the data matching issues with the ATO, but otherwise I don't recall having a single conversation with her about the scheme.
All right. And in that period, Ms Campbell, the Secretary?
No, I don't believe I had a conversation with Ms Campbell at all.
No further questions, Commissioner.
Do you have something?
No, I don't have any further questions, but I'd be indebted to my learned friend to tender the document.
I assume that, I'm repeating what I'm saying because I did not turn my microphone back on, that all tenders go through the council assisting. So CTH.3007.0004.3878.
Okay, you're happy to tender that, Mr. Scott, and we'll make it Exhibit 5106, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner, there's one final matter. The final exhibit tendered today is 5105. There's an error in the transcript describing it as 1505. I need to... Oh, sorry. It's 510. Yeah, so the transcript says...
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes, it should be 5105. The transcript says 1505, I think.
Okay, so 5105, I think the transcript.
Commissioner, could I just also thank all council for the brilliant effort in pronouncing my surname. That's much appreciated.
You're easily pleased, Mr. Stipnieks.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, you're excused. Thank you, Mr. Stipnieks. And I think we're all excused, is that right, until the 20th of February?
I believe so, Commissioner.
Adjourned to the 20th of February.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until the 20th of February.